So, good night, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to another production of the Ebony Star Network. And we bring to you Ladies' Night. And I am one of your hosts, Charlene. Everybody knows me as Charlene, aka Creative Solutions. And we have Dane Frankie here also. And then we'll have Abner who pops in from time to time. So, welcome in, everyone. Today's topic is about all right, so a woman she buys a Bentley. So just because a woman buys a Bentley means she can't get a man. So we wanna. This is a broad topic, and we want to have people comment. So basically, we're saying if a woman is well established, she buys things for herself. Does that mean she can't get a man? We hear a lot of people in the spaces, especially in the manosphere spaces. They don't like independent women. They don't like women who have jobs. They feel like it's a conflict of interest, like we're butting heads. But my question to these men out there is, if she's 18, if she's 18, 21, are you just gonna come up to her, house her, make sure she has a car, make sure she has a roof over her head, give her food to eat, and entertain her? Or are you willing to do all of those things? And I know a lot of men, they say that's what they want, but once you give it to them, they don't know how to handle that kind of responsibility. So I just want to know, because I feel like women, we're out here and we could work. I don't see anything wrong with that. We are human beings. Both men and women are human beings. We have a brain. Like, we have a lot to give to the world. We have a lot of gifts to offer. We want to go to school. We want to strengthen our brains. We want to figure stuff out. We're human beings just like men are. And of course, we have a nature side of us. But if we don't have kids, does that mean we can't be an ambassador in the world? We can't do good. We don't have nothing to offer. So, yes, I want this to be an open conversation. I want people to click the link and come up on the panel. This is not the day for you to go on your long diatribes. We do not want to hear your history stories. This is not time for that. Please do not come up here and change the subject. If you come up on this platform, be short, concise, get to your point, and answer the question. We want to hear from you. Oh, here go Abner. With that being said, Dame, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, don't bring outside arguments into this channel. If you have an issue with somebody outside and and they're not being disrespectful in here, please don't bring it up on the panel and don't bring it into the chat. Keep your arguments over wherever y'all had it at. Mm-hmm. All right, then. Okay.
All right.
Um,
Are we gonna get all right? So we're gonna get to the video. Before we do that, we gotta cover our basics. But we're gonna get to the video of where we initially got this topic from. So go ahead, Dame. Do your thing.
all right. All right. Let's cover our bases with the fair use. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, assuredly, news reporting, only for those who don't know, teaching, we're going to learn something new today. Scholarship or research is not an infringement of copyright. All right. All right. Here we go with the video. All right. This is Kendra G, and somebody asked her this question.
So, with you getting that Bentley, very nice car, do you think it holds the same value with you buying it or versus a man buying it for you?
What? What kind of dumbass question is that? It holds the value that it holds, regardless of who bought it. I mean, I bought it. I'm very proud that I bought it. I'm very proud that I was capable to even do that for myself. But why would it matter if I bought it? I mean, well, you answered that question from a guy perspective. Do you think that it's bad that I bought my own Bentley?
Man, do, do you want me to be transparent? I mean, I don't
Oh
want to
no,
go.
you can be transparent. It's just gonna tell me your income level. Because all the men in my world did nothing but salute me for being able to buy my own Bentley.
I mean, it. How do I say? So with a woman buying it herself, it shows that she wasn't. And no offense, but it shows that she wasn't able to lock a man to buy that Bentley for her, and also it wouldn't hold a lot of weight with, say, your girlfriends. With
So you
you saying,
might be a little sexist, Manny. You might be a little sexist because let me tell you why. Because you're putting. I mean, I don't know what you make, but by your conversation, I think I make more than you. Because men that make more than me, we don't even have conversations about money,
Mhm.
about perception of money. All the men in my circle that do extremely well were very proud, salute, and then also a lot of them know my journey. Like they know I'm a self-made person. They know that I've been on unemployment checks. I've been fired. Like I've been pursuing my goals and dreams for a very long time. So they were just so excited for me. Never did one say, you bought the car, a man should have bought your car. Like I stated, I could have, I mean, my circle is millionaire men. I have dealt with those men. But like I said to you earlier, for me dealing with disrespect in order for one of the millionaire men that I was dealing with to buy me a Bentley, I'm way more proud that I can buy my own car. I can live the lifestyle I desire without pain being attached to it. Like, I don't want to be posted up in a Bentley that this, for lack of better words, nigga bought me, but got two other girls pregnant down the street. So now I'm posting up like one of Nick Cannon's baby mamas, happy because I got this Bentley, but inside I'm crying because I want this man I'm never gonna have. And I'm allowing him to give me material possessions to take away the pain, but the pain's really not going away. So what I say to you and how you perceive me buying my Bentley, it speaks more about you and your insecurities, because what it says is you can't control me with material things. Like you mentioned, how you would have all these women in your life, you would be paying them off with material attributes in order to stay with you and put up with the pain they're probably gonna be going through in order to be with you. But a woman like me, you can't sell her that story because I make more money than you and I can buy whatever I want. So yeah, I'm very proud that I bought my Bentley.
Congratulations, I love that.
Thank you so much. All right, bye, Manny.
All right.
That was a good conversation. I really like.
Okay, I stopped it right there. I'm gonna play her response to it after she hangs up. But right now, I want y'all to say what y'all think of the question and her answers.
Okay,
Um,
we got. Go ahead, Abner.
okay. With the question and the answers, I think that was right. You can't wait upon a man to buy you a car or buy you something before you feel good in yourself. You can buy everything on your own. You shouldn't depend on anybody because that's what you are working for. Because when you depend on a man and the man is not doing all the time, you're going to be frustrated. You're going to be annoyed. But when you feel yourself that, hey, I can do everything on my own, either there is a man or not, I don't care. I can buy a car, I can buy a house for my own. That is the right. So this question, they don't need to ask. Hey, that is a wrong question.
Okay. We got a guest in here. I'm not from everyone. Um, what's your take on the question and her response to it?
Oh, she handled herself well, but yeah, that was a dumbass question. What you asking me that for?
And
Um, I was gonna say, I like how Kendra G pointed out the fact that a lot of men think that they got money and they could buy your love, or they could buy you, and they can leave you as a placeholder over there. And anytime you call, you gotta pick up their phone call. But on like what she just said, I like it's great that you buy me the car, but I thought that you liked me and you really wanted me for me and we wanted to grow and do stuff together. I didn't think that you would be dating other people, and now I'm in a tangled situation and I'm crying home at night because I want us to be together, but you're for everybody. I like the way she pointed that out. And I guess you can say a lot of athletes, a lot of people who got money to their disposal, they do that. And the simple fact that she bought the car herself, I felt like she seeked her own validation. She wasn't seeking other people's validation. She bought it herself. That's a self accomplishment. She wasn't looking for that in anyone else.
mhm.
I'm surprised she didn't ask him. Doesn't that fall in the line of gold digger? And don't you men not like gold diggers? So now I'm confused. That's what I would have said.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that goes into the confusing, contradictory matter of the social media black males that be on YouTube. Um, First they be like, she just want me for my money. She wants me for my money. I gotta pay for this and that. What she bring to the table? Okay, this woman got her own money. She brought her own Bentley. She don't need you for that. She needs you to love her for a relationship. But I also think she hit the nail on the head. These the high, well, the so-called, and I think they tiptoeing on that. The so-called high value male that they are espousing, um, using that to buy off or pay the woman to stay with you and put up with the pain and the bullcrap you're gonna put her through. Because he paid for these things, and 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 also they be like they taking it as a sign she don't need a man because she brought her Bentleys. So what she need a man for? Not taking it like most men would if it was them that is a reward to yourself for the accomplishments you did, that you came from low level poverty, welfare, and you rose up and you're living your dream and you're accomplishing your dreams, and now that you have, you're rewarding yourself with the Bentley that you want. You're not waiting for somebody to give it to you. Is better because it's a reward to yourself that you accomplish your dream and your goal. So what they're trying to, so that could be also a slight slant to she's being masculine because she sees it that way instead of that's her reward for being with a high value man.
You know what this got me thinking about? These men got all this money at their disposal, right? What about all those kids who starving in Africa or India? Like, what happened to them? They got all this money, but they go rather spend it on tricks and chicks and going to the strip car and strip club. Why can't they make it rain over there?
Yeah, shucks, they can help the children in their own community. Shoots, don't even have to go overseas. There's plenty of kids that need help right now. But yeah, a lot of them are. Hey, let's just face it. They just a lot of them are selfish. But then again, we're talking about men who are claiming they high value. As she said, she's been around millionaires. They don't discuss money. They don't. They just see the Bentley as that she's not able to get a man. They proud of that. They know that that was her. what it was. It's kind of like an award to herself that she accomplished her dreams and her goals. So I'm wondering the men that that would be talking about her Bentley and that it means uh she don't have a man to give it for. If they really are high value like they say they are they just don't know the true high value man like they say they do. Remy down here says because they are selfish and they were raised to be selfish while women were raised to be about family and the community.
I was about to tell you, I agree 100%. That's exactly what the problem is. They're raised, they are. Males are just raised to be selfish, to think about themselves and only about themselves, regardless of the consequences, while girls are raised differently. And I don't care what anyone says. I think it's maybe high time that males are raised the way girls are by actually caring about other people besides themselves and family and community.
Well, at one point they were, but over the years, generations, we having more and more selfish men than unselfish men. Or they selfish in the sense of their immediate peoples, my immediate family, you know, and anything outside of that, they selfish about. Me or the me and mine's mentality. Me and mine's are good. Y'all on over there.
Yeah, but it crosses over to selfish when they want to turn around and tell the strange women that they don't know, okay, now you need to give me respect. It doesn't work that way. I'm not your family. I'm not sleeping with you and I'm not with you. So, no, I don't care about you. If that's the way
Mm-hmm.
this is going to roll, it's the way it's going to roll. If you don't care about me, I don't care about you. Don't be expecting me to go on the street and giving you a high or whatever type of energy you think you're going to get. It's not going to happen because I don't know you.
Exactly.
Yeah, Remy.
Hey, Remy.
Hey everybody.
All right. So,
Hey, Remy.
what do you think of what was just discussed?
Um, well, like I said, like I stated, what I'm not for everyone was talking about is that, a lot of males, they were raised to, be about themselves. They were not raised to care about others. Um, that is my experience,
Mm-hmm.
developing as a girl myself. The girls are usually told to, taught how to cook, how to clean for the family, things like that. While the boys, they really did not have any familial responsibilities.
Uh-huh.
And no wonder that as they become adults, they are selfish people. And it's really not that, I'm not saying that they're not consciously doing it because, some people are consciously selfish people, but subconsciously, I mean, if you were raised to be like that and only care about yourself, you're going to, develop into an adult that only cares about themselves. So basically, like once they get into relationships and a woman is actually demanding things from him, he's going to look at her crazy. Like, um, nobody has ever demanded anything from me, right? Everybody has always done everything for me. If I need emotional support, if I need all of that, I always got it, and then they don't know how to give it because it was never demanded from them.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why, we have a lot of situations where a lot of people are like, oh, well, these women, women file for divorce more than men. Well, you have to wonder why. We're not waking up. Basically, we don't have the house and the white picket fence and the perfect marriage and a perfect family life. And then one day we're waking up like, oh, I want a divorce. No, it doesn't go like that. Is usually one of the biggest issues is a communication problem.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not communicating effectively with the person that you wake up with and you go to sleep with every night, is going to create some issues. Now, initially, it's not going to seem like it's nothing, but as time goes on, the wound is just, becomes bigger, and a bigger problem is going to be on your hands. So that's just my opinion. A lot of them, they know that's just how they are. And women these days, we're not as restricted as we were years ago, where women couldn't own property or they couldn't have a bank account, just those little things. We pretty much can do pretty much what they do. So, those days are over. So it's like now they're required to get their shit together. And they're saying they like we all have the audacity to demand or to actually expect some type of reciprocity. They don't like to hear that. That's why they always, try to talk about, oh, well, the women back in those days. Well, guess what? Those women, they really didn't have a lot of options. So when you don't have a lot of options, you can get away with being an asshole. That's just the reality.
And even then, they couldn't get away with it as much as they can. They got away with it in the sense that the woman didn't leave them, or at least not all the time. Um, I'm constantly surprised that I have the few relatives way back then. They actually divorced their husband. I said, "Whoa!" And since divorce was pretty hard to come by, and very few women were able to or willing to do it, um, I was surprised to find out. Yes, and the man was still alive. Divorced. So I said, how horrible could he have been? How hard we had to be to drive a woman to divorce? Um, when she usually has to stay in to survival. So that meant her survival meant she had to get out.
Yes, you do happy those times because when you look at way back, women was strong enough, even though in our situation now that we are, our own is a little bit different. So the men think, okay, we can come over the women, but that is wrong. Now, other women now we are, in like kind of smart. We have learned more things and we have put in ourselves into some things. Those way back, it's like the family will tell you, hey, don't do this to your man, don't do this. Now it's no more. So you cannot just condemn or tell your wife or tell your woman, hey, I supposed to do this as a man. No, it's not there anymore. Because when you're doing everything or when you're taking the choices, everything upon you being a man, that means you can be over her and you will not allow her to have her own peace. And she is going to be like a slave under you. And that is what some of the men want. They
Mm-hmm.
want the women to be slave. Whatever they tell them, sit here, then they will sit. Sleep here, then they will sleep. So if you're not getting it that way, they think you being too much. That is how I see everything. But it's not that way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you there. But I also think there's something else going on. Okay, they always keep talking to women about what do women bring to the table. And think about what men always had to bring to the table. They had a job or business, hardworking. Um, they had to have, be able to provide. They have to have property, housing. You know, are the capabilities to do it. But let's just say, okay, the fact that they're being asked what women bring to the table is a change up. But there's also another change up. It used to be what was acceptable for a man to bring to the table that make him marriage material was he being hardworking, have a good paying job, or have a business, have property, um, and able to take care of a family, and that was enough. He could be a good man. He could be a horrible man. He could be an abusive man. But that used to be enough. Uh, you know. But now that's not enough anymore. Women don't have to stay because you provided. She has another criteria that she needs you to bring to the table, and it can't be just that. You know, So certain women, their criteria is not the money and the material things you can bring in and stuff like that, because they got the money and the material things like that. So they now don't know what to bring, because all they've been told they needed to bring is money, material things. But those who are lazy about it, and that used to be enough to get them a woman, good women, a bunch of women to sleep with, whatever. But that's not gonna be enough anymore if they want a good woman or a quality woman, or the woman that they want, she got her own. And I'm wondering if that's the reason why they keep trying to throw in by asking them what they bring to the table, and then telling them that what they bring, their education, their income, and stuff like that, uh, that's not enough. That's not what they need, not what they want. Is it could be they projecting what they perceive as a situation with the woman saying when they bring to the table?
I don't think black men in America have ever brought that to the table. Um, I really would love for you all to go and really view that video, Harvest of Shame. I actually have the link here because it's never been that in America. Women have always brought, but we put up with men because of societal standards back then and some things that were in place that we have some more freedoms from now. But it was never that they have a revisionist history. And I don't even think they study history at all because they look at TV. If you ever hear these men, their favorite quotes are television things. They don't watch Leave It to Beaver, and they don't imagine Black America was this June Cleaver type Andy Mayberry situation, which it never was for Black people. Women allowed men to do some things, and maybe some had some okay husband, but it's not what they said. In that video, you see just as many women out there going to them same fields, doing the same back-breaking work that the men were doing. I can't talk about what happened up north because I don't know up north life. I just know down south life.
Mm-hmm.
And it was never. And women are not going to put up with it anymore. Back then, you could beat women. You didn't have domestic violence protections. And a lot of those men were actually in the home. They had left. And they're going to say, oh, it was welfare. They're liars. And then we have a few that get up here and they want to beat their chest and say they're that good man. And they're not, because things have to match and align. And they have a revisionist history. And women don't have to put up with it anymore. There's no gain in it for us. At least white women get provision. What is in it for Black women when we're making the same money or more than they are? There's no benefits other than them saying you're not chosen. And that really didn't become an issue, I'm going to say, until Time magazine did that article, I think it was, about Black women not being married over 40, and it was weaponized because I don't think it's not one woman in my family that's ain't been married at least once, if not twice. But any marriage, to say you were chosen and somehow you have been christened queen of the hierarchy because I shined on you when women are not getting the benefits of it is ridiculous. And that's all I want to add. I just wanted to pop in there and say that because what are we getting out of it today? What do Black women get out of marriage other than the status?
Okay. Well, go ahead, my favorite one.
I'm not seeing what Black women do good out of it. They're marrying Black men. No, I don't see anything except a bunch of statistics and being blamed for being filing for divorce first.
But are y'all seeing that outside of YouTube?
They don't, and the whole thing about women filing for divorce.
Unfortunately, yes.
But they don't file for it because they don't want to pay. Because with that filing come $400 and some fee to file. So they don't talk about it. They say women file because they're too cheap, like they're too cheap with everything else to pay the fee to get the divorce. That's why they don't file, because they don't want to pay for nothing.
Facts. It cost
And
me
I,
like six hundred
mhm.
dollars to file for my divorce, and it
and
took
I
me like 2 3 years to get that shit done.
and I've heard some men that they'll wait for the wife to divorce them just so that way they won't have to. And I've heard of guys also saying that in dating relationships, they'll wait for her to break up with him so that way they won't have to, so that way they won't be blamed. And yes, unfortunately, I've heard guys say that before, especially black men before, and I've heard it. I heard it that way before YouTube was even YouTube, before YouTube was even a thing. Unfortunately, it's a hard
Because
day.
they
All the
don't
stuff that
want
they're talking about
accountability.
online is nothing new. I've heard this stuff since I was like 10 years old. Everybody keeps saying it's online. No, it's not. If y'all are millennials and above, you know good and damn well this is not online. We've all heard this stuff before. It's just now being said online. Y'all got to cut that
They,
crap out that it's just
they
online.
don't want accountability for nothing. I was a crackhead for 10 years, but she divorced me. I was still in the TV and selling everything in the house, but she divorced me. I worked, but I always drank my money up and never brought it home, but she divorced me. And women, if you are working, it is within your best interest to divorce somebody before you accumulate. Because I listened to this one particular person, and him and his wife haven't been together for years. He on her insurance. And I'm like, it's so sad because y'all know what happened with Wendy Williams. If
Uh,
she had divorced Kevin before all of those years passed by, she would have had to pay him something, but it would have been much less than a divorce. And so when we're still legally married, they're still accumulating access to my social security, to my retirement, to any properties that I want to do. So women should not stay on paper married to men, especially if they make the same or more. And if something happens to you, that's the person who have the right to say pull the plug because you're still legally married to them. So women should file faster and don't let your short-term marriage become a long-term marriage, become a lifetime alimony, because it is happening to women.
yeah. Uh, I
I
mean,
mean, I believe that because how a lot of these dudes are getting by. Because see, we have to understand is that everybody keeps talking about the fact that they are the most unemployed men. So if they're the most unemployed men, how the hell are they surviving out here? They're attaching themselves to women.
hmm.
As much I was a kid, right? You know, we all were kids.
Yeah.
And I always tell people that I stay attached to my child self because what I like to do is I like to go back to the memories of what I do remember about um the males in my life and the women in my life. And the one thing that I remember as a kid is that the males that I always saw, and that's even in my own family, unfortunately, is that they were not getting by. They were not surviving unless they were attaching to these women. Because see, they will always want to talk about, well, women getting welfare. Well, excuse me, but I'm pretty sure you were in that household while she was getting that welfare. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of you benefit off of women when they do get that welfare. Because in some states, a lot of these men, they're not able to get anything unless, they do live with the woman and they do have children with that woman. And that man can actually go up underneath her, right?
These men have
Basically
always,
nesting under that woman in order to get medical insurance, food stamps, and everything. So this is why I always tell people, don't let them lie to you and say, "Oh, well, it's you." No, it's y'all too. A lot of these
these,
men are living underneath women. They're surviving because of women. Period.
they have always, who all had the uncle that would come to town every so often and sleep on grandma's couch? He'll stay there
I
three,
seen that
four,
all the
five,
time.
6 months, and then he'll go
They've
to
always been
another
relying on
female
women.
relative. He'll go to another female relative and live on her couch 4 or 5. They never had their own place because they have always lived under the skirts of women. Because women are, whether it was her shack or not, it was her shack, and they've never had their own. They always sleeping on some woman couch, whether that woman on Section 8, low income house. They always had their raggedy butt laying up there, and then they want to talk. Half of these men don't even know what it's like to fill out a rent application or anything, and they've always lived off the generosity and the soft heartedness of women. But they ain't gonna come and lay
Facts.
on my couch. but and they'll talk about us in the same breath. But none of them uncles and some of them old nasty ass uncles that was coming through town when you was allowing them to live was touching on the cousins and the nieces and the nephews that was at grandma's house when they passed through. You ain't gonna talk about all that. And then everybody found out he was the family pedophile from up north to down south. He done touched on everybody kids whose couch he laid on. So, they have a revisionist history. And most of those men, you're going to ask them, who bought you shoes? Who bought you that video game? It's not men. It's the women. The women, they have the most venom for it. And the only thing I could say, I can remember Uncle Junior, is that, yeah, he used to come to town. And yeah, he used to gamble under the thing at the liquor store. And every now and then he'll give us a couple of dollars. But he ain't give grandma no dollars when he was staying up there laying on her couch and eating her food.
But but then isn't that partly our fault or our mother's fault or our grandmother's fault? Um,
Nope.
because they allowed them to stay on the couch
Nope.
instead of like, no, you can't stay here. You're gonna have to find a way to make it.
We believed
Nope.
in
That's
family
how they were
back
groomed.
then.
Exactly. That's how they were groomed. You know that. They were
Right,
groomed
Dane?
to
Because
take care of
remember, we
family
talked
and
about
be
that.
there. You're all that they have. How you gonna
Exactly.
leave your brother outside? You know how they do. Come on now, Dane.
Right, because
Yeah.
then
Oh,
we spoke
yeah.
about this a couple of days ago
What
when
if
I was
that was
talking
your
about
brother?
how we were
There you
groomed
go.
that way. We're groomed to be like this. So, I mean, we can say that yes, there is an accountability factor in it. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, though,
Yeah, there is.
we also cannot forget that we are groomed from. I always say, black women, we're groomed from birth to deal with a lot of shit that goes on in our families and in our community. So by the time that you're old enough to make your own decisions and to really think for yourself, you're already groomed to like think, okay, well, it's all about family, it's all about this, it's all about that, this, that, and the third. Oh, I have to take care of my brothers, I have to take care of the men in the family, yada yada yada. Again, I mean, yeah, it is an accountability factor, but it's also a matter of, yeah, we are groomed to take on these certain kind of responsibilities.
Okay.
And you don't even get a chance to think about it. And hopefully, if you're look on the outside looking in, you notice that and you decide to break it, like some of us did, or like us millennials decided to do. Because I saw that stuff and I said, "Oh hell no, not I." I mean, I could
Okay.
just see it for what it was. It looked empty. It was nothing but just this constant giving and giving with no reciprocity, no energy exchange, no nothing, just this constant. And then you being ridiculed and blamed for it. I ain't got time for that. Like, that's thankless energy going out to somebody who clearly doesn't deserve it. No, I'd rather give that to somebody who actually is deserving of it and who can give that back in the same capacity. It's not a tit for tat. It's just what you give out, you need to give back in. And if you can't do that, well, then you don't need to be asking for nothing. It is what it is.
Yes, I agree with that.
Mhm.
Because if you empty in your cup to fill somebody else's, who's gonna fill your cup?
Now, my crackhead uncle, he always find it to tell me it's his birthday. Motherfucker, you ain't never bought me no birthday present. You ain't never gave me shit. So why the fuck your grown ass telling me it's your birthday? I ain't coming out my pocket with a goddamn thing. What I am gonna do is let you earn some money around my house by mowing the yard. And then the bitch tried to tell my fucking lawnmower up, talking about y'all so pressed over material things. But he's never brought not one kid in the family a birthday present. But he always got his mouth open telling us it's his birthday. I don't give that no. And I used to give him money because I was under that. And then I stopped and I said, and then when I paid him above what anybody in the neighborhood would pay him, giving him extra for doing it because he was doing something,
Uh-huh.
he took advantage of that to the point where I don't want you helping. I don't want anything. I don't even got work for you to do to pretend to be a man no more. But we were groomed under that. And at one point I was telling my daughter, you the smart one, you got the smart gene. I was like, when you grow up, you don't have to take care of your brothers. That's not your responsibility. You go on, you live your own life. However they make their life is their life, but that's not your responsibility. because we have, and we were putting it in our, it was the sister's job to make sure that the brothers was looked after, that the nephews was looked after, to look out for them, to take care of them. And it was a lifestyle, and it was a teaching.
Yeah, but I don't think it. Okay. Well, yeah, I've seen incidents, but it wasn't supposed to be to that degree. But I've seen instances where it has gone that far. In fact, in some ways, I have a relative who's just now growing up, and I use certain things, the whole hostage, to keep him at bay. You borrow money. I have long since established a rule with him. You borrow money, I'm not going to chase you about it, but you can never borrow money from. Don't even open your mouth to fix it. And there's always something amount that ain't gonna hurt me if it never comes back. And I stuck to that rule, and he knows it, and I use it so that he can't bother me about it. Um, but I had to first establish that ground rule and stick to it. And I think that's what's going on, because we were grown. You take care of families, everything. And yeah, if but if the family is not deserving, or they have issues and they don't want to help themselves, um then you gotta pull back and hold them from a distance. They burn bridges with you, let it stay burned, don't rebuild back up. They got to make that effort to build, and still be leery about walking across it. Okay. All right. So, do you want to hear what Kendra G response was after she said goodbye to the dude, or should we move on to the next topic?
I think we should move on to the next topic.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, the next one might be triggering because, of course, we dealing with some knuckleheads. All right. Oh shoot! I hate when it does that. Okay. I'm gonna go with this one. All right. Oh, let's see. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm just making sure everything is on point. All right. These knuckleheads. A woman had asked a question, and this guy's answer to the question is well, you'll see.
Ask a question.
Sure. All men really want. Please.
Why are men so intimidated by the idea of coming home to a independent woman?
We're not intimidated. It's
I
a
would
headache.
think that an independent woman, like independence, is an attractive quality.
No.
How would you define independence?
I mean, in simple terms, a woman who doesn't need a man but wants a man and wants to be also. I mean, I can provide in my own ways, and the man will provide in his own ways. However that dynamic works, it'll work.
Okay, so you said a woman who doesn't need a man but wants a man.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by, like, I'm trying to understand, what do you mean by not?
I mean, I'm not a child. I don't need a parent. I want to be in a partnership. I want somebody who will, if I'm younger than him, for example, I want him to strive to raise me to his level. Just like I feel like a top tier men are drawn to people who they want to be their peers eventually. They like lifting people up, and I think that in a relationship it should be the same.
Well, I think for me, I think you're viewing it as a woman. I think it's hard to view it as a man. I think it's a reality thing, because there's certain things that you value that men wouldn't value. So, for example.
Okay. Does anybody else find it crazy that he's saying she's viewing it as a woman? And I'm like, duh, yeah, she's a woman.
I was about to
And
say the same
if you're
thing.
not,
No, does Sherlock? She's a woman. Of course, she's gonna
uh-huh,
think that way. She's got a woman brain. She's not a man.
mm-hmm.
However,
And
y'all missing the point. He doesn't want her to think like a woman. He wants her to think like them.
mm-hmm.
Ooh,
So no
good
wonder he would
point.
say that. They don't want.
Okay.
It's weird because it's like they would tell us that they want us to be feminine, which is that's in our nature as women. However, when it comes to thinking, they want us to think like them, which is even stranger in itself. And it gives
Yeah,
like some weird vibes.
yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah. It's very, very confusing because part of y'all issue is that we're acting too masculine. So, one hand, you want us to be like women, think like women, but on the other hand, you want us to think like a man and be like a man. I need to make up your mind.
That don't make no damn sense. I needed a drink. That sounds terrible. What kind of what kind of neurological cylinders are firing off in your brain? Like what the? Mm-mm.
I think I got it figured out. Okay. So I think, I don't know. Tell me if y'all think this true, but I think that they want you to be women. Basically, whenever it benefits them, that's when they want you to step into your feminine shoes, your high heels and all that. But when it's time to get to work, when it's time to pay these bills, when it's time to be equal, they want you to get into your masculine energy. So they want you to flip flop when it benefits them. Because see, you can't be a woman when there's like, some issues going on. You can't be emotional. You can't, like I said, you can't be yourself unless, of course, it benefits them. Because see, the only time that femininity benefits them is when they want certain things done for them.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's anything that's for you as a woman, it's an issue. So again, when he say, "Hey, well, you're thinking about it like a woman," excuse me, but that is what she's supposed to do. Like, what the hell are you talking about? So now we're getting into the waters of now we're getting to okay, now you're telling us that you want us to think like you, and you don't want us to be women. You want us to be men who happens to be a woman physically, but you want us to be men mentally or emotionally.
Exactly.
So that's
Sounds
what it is.
sounds like they need to date a transformer.
Thank you.
Exactly. That sounds like that's up your alley.
Yeah.
The alphabet community for you, sir. That's what it sounds like.
Right. And
Yeah.
then, and there's nothing wrong with that. At the end of the
Oh,
day,
absolutely
whatever
not.
makes your boat float, that's on you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh
But
yeah,
I
there's
always
nothing wrong with
tell,
that.
I,
Just
I
don't
just get
subject me to
irritated
your
by it.
nonsense because you haven't figured out your stuff yet. Mm-mm. Or
Right.
my gender.
Exactly.
No, don't subject us to your nonsense because you haven't figured your stuff out yet. Figure that out on your
Exactly.
own. We busy.
Sure.
Right. Take that shit somewhere else. And that's why I can't stand about certain people, how they got all this confusion in their life. And then they bring that into your life. It's like, look, if you're confused, you need to work that out. You don't even need to be in a relationship right now. If you can't even understand that you're a man and that is a woman and you want to be with a woman, you're going to have to deal with certain things that comes with women. That is just the reality of the situation. If you don't want to deal with a woman, then don't be with a woman. Like, leave the woman alone. What I'm tired of is these women, unfortunately, they're out here dating, they're encountering men who is very unsure of what a woman is. Because what is told to them is women are objects. Like, really think about that. They're told women the way that women are taught to boys as they get older and they become men is in the form of being an object. Isn't they're not told what women are as a human being. And that's why a lot of women knocking our head against the wall, like, okay, well, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm being feminine, I'm being I cook, I clean, I do whatever. But it's like, yeah, but you have to understand he doesn't see you in the way that you see yourself. So if he don't see you in that manner, that means he's not going to basically he's not going to meet you where you want to be met.
And that begs the question as to where they get this mindset from, because they spend most of their time around women, according to them, considering they're raised by single mothers. So, how did you come up with this concept that women are just objects, unless you're listening to men, which means men have more influence on you already automatically?
Oh,
Which
absolutely.
means that even you being raised by a single mother wouldn't save you.
Right.
Now, here we come to the real problem. Here we go. Exactly. Now we're getting into something.
Oh yeah, a lot of men are obsessed with each other. See, that's one thing a lot of people don't understand about men, and I, spent time to try to get to understand a lot of what they be talking about. But a lot of them are obsessed with each other, heavily obsessed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever get it twisted. And like, oh well, yeah, we were raised most of us raised by single mothers, yada yada. But you're obsessed with the pimp on the corner. You're obsessed with the molesting uncle. You're obsessed with the deadbeat father. They're obsessed with each
Yeah, like
other.
they're fascinated by it.
Absolutely, they're fascinated. And when you have those type of men in your life, especially these males, a lot of them have like extreme fragility. They're very fragile. They're not socialized to deal with their emotions. They're not socialized to know how to communicate better. This is why that they have issues with attachment, issues with communication, number one, and issues like with this guy in the video, what he talking about when he say, well, you need to think like a woman. Again, that's a problem. That is a really big problem, because if you don't see her, if you don't even, what's the word I'm looking for? You don't even appreciate her being who she is, a woman. You don't appreciate, you don't celebrate it. It's like in a way I feel like he's shaming her for being who she's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the type that as women we need to leave alone. No, you can't change a man like that, because he has a lot of work to do if you don't see her as in her essence, as who she's supposed to be. He's extremely problematic in my view. But yeah.
Yeah, but he'll be the same one to tell women that you don't see men as men. It's like you're doing it yourself to women. So you're talking about something that you yourself is doing. So could this be a possibility that you're projecting? Something that guy
Yeah.
may want to think about.
Yeah.
Because don't they say that
But
all the time? Women don't let
Mm-hmm.
them be men.
yeah.
Well, apparently you won't let women be women, so maybe you're projecting.
They say that we don't let them lead, and I'm like, you just lead.
Yeah,
But
exactly. You need to be allowed. If you need to be allowed, then you're not a leader.
Thank you. But see, what they don't want to be leaders. At the end of the look, they don't want that responsibility, because once they get it, they're going to screw it up anyway. They want to be kings, but out here acting like peasants. Like, make it make sense. If you want to be a king, okay, kings take responsibility for everything, for the village, for the community. Anytime something goes wrong, who do you think they're going to? They're going to come to you with the shits.
mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, the church burned down. They're coming to you with that. They're not going to the peasant and complaining to them. The same thing if you have issues with other kingdoms. Those kings ain't going to the peasant to ask them anything. They're coming to you with the problem.
Mm-hmm.
But see, what they don't want that responsibility. They want the privileges that comes with being kings, but they don't want any of the responsibilities that comes with being kings.
Yep, they are spoiled princesses. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I just
but
don't
it makes.
understand where.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Dane.
Oh well, it just makes me. It just shows that the Black Knight is right that these men don't know women, never dealt with women, don't know how to treat women or with respect from women, and so they coming out of this with this nonsense because they constantly giving themselves away. They want her to act like a woman but think like a man, which they have an issue with that too. I just realized I quoted a title of a book, but yeah, they want her to be a a man thinking man mentally in a female body, which makes it sound like they down low.
Right. They want the female body, but they don't want anything, no other parts of her. They want the body parts. Again, object.
And
If they look
then
at they look at you as an object.
Mhm. And then when she accomplished too much, she's being masculine. Okay, well, let's
Why we
continue.
just can't? Why we just can't be human beings? Like, we treat them like a
Right?
person. They treat us like a person. Like why? Like why we can't do that? Like this will solve all the problems in the world if we just treat each other like people.
Well, well, think about it for a moment. Um, Even though we're all human beings, we're also different at the same time. So if he's treating you like he would treat himself, that means he's treating you like he would treat a man. So so in some ways that human, let's just treat each other like human beings. We could be doing that, but that don't work because you're not a man, he's not a woman, so we can't treat him like a woman, and they can't treat us like a man, even though we're all human beings.
So what I mean by that is like, like how you would respect another man or another person. Like you wouldn't expect that to control that person and tell that person what to do and cap that person on what they can do and try to control their mind. No, you allow that person to think freely and have a mind of their own, and because that person have their own endeavors. You can't control somebody and put them in a box and tell them what to do. That's what I feel like. I feel like they want pets. They don't want an actual human being that's a woman. They want a pet.
More specifically, they want a slave, but they are doing that to themselves too. Think about it when you see Manosphere, Red Pillars, and they maneuvering with each other. Look how they act with each other on the panel and
The
stuff like
same
that.
way. It ain't no
They are
different.
trying to do those things. So they're not even treating each other like human beings.
Because in reality, men don't like each other.
Exactly.
See,
Men
they
don't
may
treat each other
present that they
well.
do, but they don't. They don't. Trust me. I always use this example. If you had a group of men in one room and you put a beautiful woman in the mix, I guarantee all of them backstabbing each other by the end of the night. They gonna tell her, well, he's a pimp. He got AIDS and all type. I'm telling y'all, trust me. I've seen it. I've seen it so many times. But yet these men are so called friends, and oh yeah, that's my bro. I knew him for 10 years. Okay, but your bro just told me that you got three baby mamas, right? And all type. I'm telling y'all, it it never fails. They don't really like each other.
And
If you
and
put
that
them
goes.
all, I always say you put them all on an island, like they always say. Well, I don't know. I forgot. I don't know this red pill, blue pill stuff, y'all. I'm sorry, but I don't know what all that means. But I always say, look, if you put all men on an island by themselves, no women, no children, they will kill each other because they can't survive. They don't know how to deal with each other. They're not socialized to be like that. They're not socialized to be like that in reality. So when these dudes be logging in online, talking all the stuff they talking, how much I want to bet when they log off, there's some woman in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they're on YouTube. I hate women, women this, women that. But yet, once he log off, I guarantee there's a woman in the background cooking,
Mm-hmm.
cleaning, and doing whatever he claimed that he hates about women.
Well, yeah.
Oh, they'll use you in a minute. Care about you.
Mm-hmm.
Not so
Not so
much.
much. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That
And
just that speaks to the fact that they can't live without women no matter how much they try to claim that they can. They can't.
yeah, shoes, they can't even go away from us and into another community. Even though they keep
Right.
claiming they do, but yeah, I still see them here. Every last one of them. If we was to remove all the blocks, we have Cispin, Red Pills, Manosphere all over the place. And then we got the trollish ones. Yep. All right.
We just had a troll earlier talking about we was black men bashing or some crap, and I'm like, really? Okay,
Uh, I
But it
personally
y'all
ain't
don't think
bashing
we
when y'all
are.
talk y'all mess. Shut up.
right? Like, okay,
Always can
what
dish it
what is
out, but
so bad
can't
about
take
hearing the
it.
truth?
Pansy. Exactly. What's so hard about hearing the truth? Why? Because you know it's true. Well, too
They don't
bad.
like hearing the truth because
If you
nobody
didn't
has
want it to
told
be
them the
true,
truth.
here's a clue. Don't do it. Like y'all tell us, if you don't want to be treated like a slut, don't dress like a slut. Remember? Well, guess what? If you don't want to be treated like a creep, don't act like a creep. You don't want to be treated like less than a man, don't act like less than a man. It's not that hard. Like you tell us.
Yeah, and stop running away from the men that be telling you the truth. Just because they don't soft soap it, they're telling you the truth. They're telling you like a man. Take it, listen to what they're saying, and stop getting all in your feelings,
Exactly.
and
They
you
act like
learn
we
something.
go. Exactly. They act like we as women go around and we just get just the nicest sentences told to us. Please. Shoot, I had some of the worst things in my life told to me while I was a child. Like, what are you talking about? And I didn't do nothing to nobody. So no. Like everybody gets talked to that way. It's just you need to just learn how to take it. Not everybody and their mama's gonna talk to you nicely or coddle you. Some things you just need to be told, and you need to be told harshly and in truth. Just like Dang said, just suck it up and deal with it. We all have to do that. We've all been told stuff that we don't like, but it is 100% true.
Yeah.
Right, or go to your mom and get some consoling from her. Because at the end of the day, we don't owe you that. If we're telling you the truth, we're telling you the truth. If you need some consoling or you need a shoulder to cry on, then I suggest you go to your mother.
Go to your mother, go to a therapist.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't go to
What?
women.
Thank you. Because a lot of these men, what they like to do, they want us to be their mothers, their surrogate mothers for the moment. Absolutely not. You have your own mother. Go find her. Or any woman in your life. Go find her and let her deal with that nonsense.
Oh yeah, they are quick to try to give you a job. Somebody tried that on me, and he was like, "Oh, maybe you could help me." I was like, "Yeah, sure. If you want me yelling at you." He was like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, I'd be yelling at you." Like, how many times have I to tell you that? I ain't got. I don't have to tell you twice. Like, are you not listening to me? You deaf? What's up? And I told him that's exactly the way I tell you. You want me reminding you of stuff? He was like, "No." I was like, "Yeah." So you may want to use Google.
For the house. Yo, I spent like 4 to 5 hours cleaning up the other. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. There is do that. And sometimes we have unfortunately encouraged. Oh, let me help him out a little bit, real quick.
I can proudly
Yeah.
say I've never done that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Me personally, I can say that I have, but I
mhm.
stopped.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am so mean with it now and cutthroat. So it's like, yeah, whatever. No.
Oh, I
Yeah.
will
Me
say that
too.
I have
Same
to
with that.
stop myself sometimes. I mean, well, actually, most times I'd stop myself before I get there because I know, and I'm like, nope, nope, I'm not his wife. Nope, nope, not his girlfriend. No, 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 nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I will. I
Yeah,
do
but
have to stop myself, but I never go that far. But yeah.
yeah, but y'all, but you see how you see what you just said is how we have to not be our natural nurturing selves because of the fact that we have to adjust our behavior, adjust who we are for the simple fact that we're responding to our environment, the environment that they're providing for us. You can't continuously provide an environment that is threatening to the women and children in your community and you don't expect them to respond. This is the response. And this is sad because although, like you just said, that you have to stop yourself from doing certain things that you know that in your hearts that you want to do for a fellow black man, but you know that you can't do it because at the end of the day, you know it comes with a lot of consequences. And that in itself is extremely sad. And it's like, okay, so why nobody not talking about the fact that we as black women have to do that? We should not have to do that. We should have to feel like that. Trust and believe myself personally. um like in my younger years, even though I'm still young, but in my younger, I would do what I can. But it's like these days I'm on some like, yeah, whatever. No, I'm not doing it. If I'm on some, you got to prove yourself to me. before I do anything for you. It should not have to be that way, but hey, look, this is what happens when we create a specific environment. That's just what it is.
Yeah, and they keep calling this a gender war. It's not a gender war. It's a response. It's a response to generations of ridicule and humiliation and degradation and slander. For generations, women didn't respond at all, and they got tired of that, so they just decided to respond. And now all of a sudden it's a gender war. No, it's a response due to your horrible behavior of how you treat women across the board. You're not going to treat someone terribly for generations and think that that's going to end your way. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they want, though. Because, see, they've been, again, when they look at their grandfathers and fathers, they've been getting away with it all this time. So now they feel like they can. And now they're finding that, oh, well, now we're getting some pushback. So now what we have to do is we're trying to get these women in line, is what they call it. So trying to
Yeah.
bully us and trying to demean and do whatever they possibly can to get us back in line. That is what is going on right now. That is the reason why that everybody have all of these situations where, we're responding. They are giving a lot of pushback, and that's the reason why, again, that they're going to stay losing, because at the end of the day, look, we have to be real. You're not going to win if you're going against the women in your community. That does not work like that. You're not going to be a winner. You're going to be a loser. You may win the battle, but you're going to lose the war. At the end of the day, that's just the reality. And while other men are out here building, doing what they're supposed to do, their communities are okay. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's okay. But why is it in our situation, our community, that there is such a heavy focus on controlling Black women? It's sickening at this point. That's mental illness. I'm sorry, but I have to call it like it is. Because you cannot be that obsessed with getting us to fall in line. Like, you have so many other problems out here.
Exactly, and just for you to lead us off a cliff.
Thank you. You got police brutality to worry about. They're out here killing you. Y'all killing each other. You're killing the women and children in your community. So many issues out here.
Your
You're
mental state
the
alone
most
is just the tip of
unemployed
the iceberg.
man on the planet. Like, so many problems, so many things that I can count how, that can supersede trying to control women and trying to, you know, pay attention to what the hell we're doing every damn minute of our lives. Absolutely not. Like I say, stay losing, because at the end of the day, you don't know who your enemy is. You don't know who he is, and then you probably do know who he is, but you're too afraid to fight him. So what you're going to do is redirect your anger to the most vulnerable in your community, and that's the women and children.
Yeah. Chips, I remember for the election, some Black women were angry because you know who won, and it's Black women fault. I was like, oh, excuse you, what are you talking about? Trump this and that and jobs and bringing manufacturing back. I was like, you need to get on board with your fellow brothers, because the Black men in my community wanted Biden. They were telling me vote for Biden. So, hey, if y'all ain't on the same page as a group across the country, how you gonna blame us?
Exactly, they can't even get on code for themselves. And I'm wondering when the hell they gonna figure it out that the first people that the first people that men ever played were other men. I'm wondering when they ever gonna figure that out. I'm like, y'all do know the first people that men ever fucked up was y'all, right? And then it just trickled down from there. They fucked you up first with patriarchy because surprise, you do know the majority of you aren't gonna make it. That was the whole point of patriarchy. Was for those that could succeed, would succeed, and for the majority of the rest of y'all to fail because you weren't gonna be able to make it.
They still fucking them up now. Look at what they saying. It's so funny. They talking about going to DR and getting a woman, and you should be appreciated, and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, if you can't make it with your woman on here, why would you go overseas to get a woman a concubine? That makes completely no sense whatsoever. it would make more logical sense for you to build with a woman that you have here, because she has resources, you have resources, and you guys could establish a better life than to go overseas in an environment that you don't know.
Because they weren't planning on building, they were planning on using American women the same way they plan on using those women overseas, which is for sexual access. And as you notice with them, that's all they keep talking about. Like, yeah, you're not planning to build with her either. You're just planning to take your depraved crap over there.
Yeah.
Which, I don't need you over here. We don't need you over here if that's what you're trying to do, which is exactly what they're trying to do.
And there's a stat out there that's saying as the swirling population increase, single motherhood in these other ethnicities has increased also. And I was like, wait. Okay, the swirling level has increased. Black men, white, non black women, but and at the same time they made the correlation between the increase in single motherhood in these non-black communities. I was like, you bastards, y'all passed the single motherhood across the board. But
yeah, and that right there debunks them blaming black women, because you do the same thing in other communities. It's just you.
Mm-hmm. And then I gotta find it again. But I came across an article. Actually, across the board, the women population is decreasing. And I was like, wait a minute, that don't make any sense. How's the women population across the board decreasing, but yet we have a higher women to men population in our ethnic group? And it turns out because the bulk of our male population is outside of our contact. They in jail. They they got addictions. Um, they gay. I'm sorry, they one of the alphabet crew. And but it's not being noticed. I was like, wait. So I was like, okay, so because right now all of black men are not have access outside into the world of female population, um, black men are looking like a rare animal, and that's where it don't jive. But actually, the women population is decreasing, and the world is worried about that. That is not good if the female population decrease. And they're trying to figure out what's causing that. Why is there more males being born? Something is triggering this off. Okay. All right, I know I went off topic there for a second. Let me pull it back.
No,
No, I heard
I
about
know
that.
at one point they had the thing where they were not having girl babies in other countries because girl children were seen as unpopular. It was China, it was India, and I don't know how the rest of the women in third world countries if some of that is taking place. Don't know, but I know it was a thing. I don't know since they stopped it, has it replenished? But we do know China was in a very bad place because they didn't have enough girls to actually marry the boys. And I think similar was taking place in India. They were aborting the girls and stuff. So I don't know how much of a factor that played into it. And in other places where having girls are seen as a deficit.
Oh, I was gonna say the business. I know you guys heard of him. He has his podcast. So he was talking about that, how the female population is slowly decreasing and the males population is starting to increase. And as of right now, we're at 50-50. And right now the men are slightly above. So the men are 51% and the women are like 49%. So that's really telling. That's crazy. Yeah, Amika says that's why they are hurting now. They are getting rid of female children. I know two countries they're doing that in India, and they was doing that in China. And I know in India, everybody wants to have a boy to pass on their legacy. So nobody wanted to have a girl children, and they used to shun the girl children. And also in like different parts of India, they really like the girl children, so they praise them. And having a daughter is a good thing because if you have a daughter, you have to you have to pay. I forgot what they call it, but you have to pay a fee to marry the daughter.
Or
A
dowry.
dowry.
Yeah, Dali. Yeah, they still do that in India. But that's crazy. I don't know what's causing that. Maybe is because isn't it the male? The male determines if you have a female or if you have a male child. So I don't know. Maybe something up with their sperm. Mika says everyone praising boys, but look around. Facts. I
Exactly.
actually
I
know.
never got that thing about praising boys. Is like, do you see how they act? Why are you praising them? I don't get it. I mean, you let the most reckless, irresponsible, selfish person on the planet run the world. That wasn't a smart thing to do. At least in my opinion.
Well, I know in some countries they praise the boys, or it's the mothers praising the boys because he's going to take care of her when she's get in her old age or something like that. Some kind of stuff like that.
But I thought it's usually the girl that takes care of, her elderly parents or anybody in the family, basically once they become, too, old, or to take care of themselves. I always thought it was the girl that,
Not always the
that
case.
does that.
Is that
Because
usually?
boys because
Hmm.
boys, when they get older, remember, they marry a woman,
Hmm.
and his obligations is usually to the woman in, his own family. And remember, they're not raised to take care of the family. It's always the girl.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's in Asia too. That's so ass backwards that they got rid of girls, but it's like the girl is supposed to take care of the family in the end. She can't really
Exactly.
do it if she's not born.
Right.
Well, I know several cases. It's usually the family member that is closest to, living closest to the mother. And I know of a couple. I know at least three cases where it was the youngest boy, and but the wife helps out. And I know one wife is like, um, her and her mother-in-law are kind of bumping heads, not because she's a difficult person, it's because she's trying to tell her how to take care of her husband. And, but yeah. So what end up happening is, if they work and their wives end up helping to take care of their mother-in-law.
Right.
Yeah, that's usually
But
the one whoever marries the son ends up taking care of the family in the end. Whatever wife,
hmm,
Hmm.
right,
if
but
the daughter's not there.
yeah, if there is no daughter. But we have to realize is that basically a lot of the, again, we're talking about the men of today. A lot of them, they're not equipped. Again, we're talking about situations where, if we're talking about selfishness of men or whatever like that, I really don't think that they are all of a sudden going to stop everything and, help take care of their elderly parents, their grandparents, etc., and so forth, because they're not socialized or raised that way. It's always going to be the girl because she is the one who has been socialized to take care of everybody. And it's usually she is the one that, is visiting, The grandparents, her parents, she's the one that, checks in on them. She's the one that's taking care of the bills for them if they, can't keep up with those things. Is usually going to be her. It's not going to be the man because, again, he was not socialized to be like that. He was socialized to take care of who? Self.
No, Kevin, a certain group of men.
I don't even think he was socialized to take care of himself. Really, he was socialized for other women to take care of him.
Right. And what is this comment with dogging men? We're not dogging men. Again, we're telling things as it is. See, what the issue is that I think that a lot of us were so used to lies. That is what a lot of us have a problem with. We're so used to hearing all of these great things about men and black men specifically. At the end of the day, if you can't hear the truth, again, if it doesn't apply to you, then there should be no issue. But at the end of the day, look, there's a lot of things that a lot of people refuse to talk about. And now we're talking about it. So if it's an issue, then you need to just log off and don't log back in, because this is not a panel or a conversation that you need to hear. If your little feelings are going to be hurt, then there's no reason to be here. But the truth will
Honestly, it
be
isn't because we're
spoken.
telling the truth. I don't understand why they have such a problem with hearing the truth. They'll sit here for hours and hours and hear lies on women all day, every day, and won't even defend women, even when they know it's not true. But the minute we start talking the truth and it doesn't sound the way they want it to, we're dogging men. No.
It's just sad. It's sad how you got 30, 40, even 50-year-old people who you would think would be out of that phase where they don't want to hear the truth because, as we're younger, we really don't like listening to nobody. We think that, the world is at our feet. And, we think that we are super people. Like, oh, nothing can happen to me. I could do no wrong. But as you get older, you get wiser, you should already know that, hey, listen, all the messages and all the information is out here for the taking. And just sometimes I need to open my heart and my ears and listen. This is not about bashing men. This is about telling you the truth, because telling you the truth makes you a better human being.
And being nice to y'all obviously ain't getting it either. Because regardless if we say it nice to you or we say it the other way, y'all still ain't listening.
Right.
Yeah, I just think we having real conversations. Like, this is things that we go through on a daily basis and stuff that we seen when we grow up. And I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I mean, if you can't handle it, I guess you gotta get out the kitchen. I don't know what to say. But yeah,
Yeah,
And
women
it's
do.
really sad
they're
how
so used
many of
to.
them can't handle it. And then
Yeah,
they're of
because they're so
various of
used to.
ages and generations. And it's like none of y'all can handle it. Like, do
Because they're
y'all
so
hear the way
used
women are
to.
talked to on these panels? And
Because
they sit there and they
they're so
take it.
used to everybody just praising them. Oh, because I'm a black man, that I'm automatically I'm the shit. I'm the king because I'm a black man. That's it.
And they say
They're
we
so
live
used
life
to
on
that.
easy mode. I don't think so. I think they
Right.
do.
That's what it's always. That's the mentality. The mentality is that, oh, because I'm a black man and I'm present, is that basically I should be praised. They're so used to, like I say, they're so used to everybody telling them the great things about them, but they're not used to people telling them anything is wrong with them. So when they're hearing this is foreign language to them. This is this is not something they ever heard before.
So I just want to so Hitman J. So we're talking about things that we grow up in, and right now this is a time for you to listen, so you can understand where women are coming from and why we feel the way we do and why we do the things that we do. So if you were smart, you would just listen and have a listening ear and not feel any kind of way. We're just talking through the things and our emotions and what we see on a consistent basis that impact us.
Wait a minute. Is he says basically, hold on. What the hell? What have we talked about this victim talk?
Yeah, that's what I was implying to his comment. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, he said any solutions. Yeah, I have a solution and I don't think nobody wants to hear it. because that
How?
solution is not going to benefit you as a man. So here's the solution. As women, I think we should leave y'all alone. How about that?
Oh yeah,
That's
I'm
one
with
of my
that one too.
solutions.
I've been telling women that leave men alone.
Right, just leave them
Period. Don't
alone.
give them shit.
Leave them alone. Don't
Give
marry
them
them.
nothing.
Don't have their
Don't look at
kids.
them. Don't talk to
Man,
them. Don't be around them.
right. Don't have their children. Don't marry them. Don't even talk to them. You see them on the street, cross the street. How about that? That's the solution. So now we're talking about that solution, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to hear some blowback from that too.
Yeah,
I'm
because
all for that solution.
yeah,
100%.
for real. It's the truth because if we date somebody, we're always criticized for everything that we do. We're criticized and we're always blamed. Either route that we take, it's hard. Like I don't know. I don't see if he understands that. Like
Yeah. So, like I say, me personally, that's a great solution. No, you just leave them alone, 100%. Because me
and
personally, I'm going through that lifestyle, and I
mhm.
tell you what, I have never been more at peace. I have never been so awakened by just putting certain people to the side and just stop paying attention to them and stop making them a priority. I absolutely do think that is a great solution. So that's one solution. And as far as victim talk, no, I don't think it's really victim talk. It's just it's just women just sitting here talking about our experiences and talking about what we see, and basically speaking truth for once, because a lot of people don't want to do that when it comes to black men, because a lot of black men have fragility issues. Black men are so fragile, so we can't really say what we really want to say, that been wanting to say for so long.
Listen, if you shouldn't take this to heart. Like we be hearing guys talk about women and talk really bad, and we don't go there and be like, oh my god. Don't I mean we feel some kind of way. We say certain things, but we understand that it's not us. It's the people that they dealt with. You know what I mean? We're just talking about our experiences. I mean that you shouldn't take it to heart. That's what I'm saying.
Hmm. And he
Yeah.
said that basically, just stop dating us. Look, with the way the condition of our community is at this point, yeah, I absolutely agree. However, it should not be that way. That is what we're talking about here. All of these things. Oh yeah, yeah, we should stop dating, y'all. We should stop doing a lot of shit for black men, but it should not have to be like this. That is the reason why that we're having this conversation.
Well, I don't do shit for them. I don't date them either.
Hmm.
And this is ladies' night also,
Right.
so
So it's like,
again.
you see, coming in spaces where we are and trying to control and trying to basically ridicule us because of the conversation that we're having. See, this is what I'm talking about. That mentality that they think that, oh, we're entitled to basically give our opinion, and oh, we don't want to hear this. Well, you don't want to hear it, then change the channel. It's that simple. Get the hell off of YouTube.
Yeah, this conversation ain't for you. You can listen all you like to, but we still gonna talk.
Thank you.
Hey, Koja.
Oh, back. I got time. I think I'm in a good spot now. But men, I don't even think these men know how to add or subtract, truth be told. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think they know how to add or subtract. I don't know if y'all listened to the rest of the broadcast from this morning. When the guy was talking about his daughter was in college. Now he don't pay her rent. He said he bought her a car. I just don't really think they have a firm grasp of what it takes to move in the world. And they don't navigate the world because I don't think they do the basics. I don't think most of them know how to go and get a light bill in their name. I don't think most of them understand interest, simple interest, compounded interest. I don't think they understand incremental progress. Just on a basic, average working person level. Do anybody live anywhere where a two-bedroom, two-bath apartment costs less than $1,000 a month?
Not I.
Okay. And if you tell a man getting married will save you $12,000 a year, that would go over their head. If I have a place and you have a place and we're both paying $1,000 a month, that is $12,000 towards the business if you're responsible. If you're used to spending that already and you get married, now that's money that doesn't have to be spent. How will you utilize that? They don't get it. If you were paying $150 for cable and I was paying $150 for cable a month, that is $1,300 a year on top of the $12,000 a year. If you were paying $100 for light and I was paying 100, that's another 12. Right there, there is $15,000 of savings to you. Now, if you and I both no longer maintain separate auto insurances and we go to family plans, that is another saving. And I don't think these things add up. So now you're talking about at a minimum $15,000 a year. How is marriage and wealth building not going hand in hand? So within that first year, I could buy a house and start renting. But I don't think they get that. And I don't even think they can communicate that. I don't know where their stuff. And white men know, even if they don't want the bitch they married to, they know there is a benefit to being married because that's where your incremental progress and wealth building starts. But they want to wait till they 40 and 50, ain't got not one penny in retirement or anything. And now they want somebody to be with their high blood pressure, non-working dick ass. How that works. But they have been caught into giving me part that it's men bashing. Sorry, they don't understand arithmetic, basic fourth grade arithmetic. And wasn't there a class they used to have called home economics that taught these things?
Yep.
I sat up here today, and this man who called himself a king, daughter is in school at a university. She's like, she's not getting financial aid. Oh, baby, she getting financial aid. If she was living in a dorm or whatever, she's getting financial aid, and all that financial aid is not free. And you thought it was the best thing that even though you couldn't afford it, for her to get a car. Now we know what the auto insurance is on an 18, 19, 20-year-old. For her to get an apartment off campus, and we know what that is. So how's she gonna have time to study for school when he's not paying it? She has to work to pay it. And she has to work probably in excess of 40 hours a week to pay it because she's not gonna get the highest paying job and maintain good grades. But he don't understand what financial aid is, and they could understand and all of this other stuff. And he called himself a king. And they had the nerve to tell us that we need to let them manage the money. Huh. And I need for some of these kings to come up here and explain some things.
I need to see track records because I am not trusting anybody with my finances, my life, or anything. If you ain't got a track record and you don't know what you got in store for yourself, why would I put my life in your hands?
Exactly. That's the one thing I've never understood about that, Jenna. Like, why would I do that? Like, you're literally pretty much telling me that I'm stupid by saying that I would be that dumb to put my life in your hands when I know you can't do damn near anything. Like, why would I be that stupid? I wouldn't. And I'm starting to get the feeling that their whole agenda really does think that we're stupid. Because I think that they think I wouldn't be dumb enough to give all that energy and support to somebody that I know damn well isn't going to give me anything in return. Is just going to leave and blame me. I think that's what they really think. And I'm like, you're right. So I'm not giving you a squat. Sounds fair.
But
It's
I
okay,
think
man.
I think a lot of them are like hypersexual. Like I don't know, like why they're like sexual deviants. Like I never seen a group of men like who talk about sex all day and girls and all of this. And you know, when I go in the real world and I see men who, like you said, buying businesses and doing stuff like that, they have like discipline. Like they have a wife. They don't engage in those kind of conversations. I mean, they go out and they party every once in a while, but they have morals and they stick to it. And I see it all the time. And they have family and they have a structure and a system. I just don't understand, like, why are they like like, why is everything about sex? Like, why you gotta have sex all the time, 24/7? Like, come on, sex lasts 10 minutes. What else are you doing with your time? Like, come on, you gotta be creating. You gotta be going to work. You gotta be doing something. I just, when I see stuff like that, it gets me turned off because it's like you could be doing so much more.
Yeah, they got zero sexual discipline and it's really unattractive.
I don't even think they have a decent hobby. Like, you have to give yourself something to do other than just think about sex. I don't even think they have a decent hobby or something that's not motivated about how they look or getting pussy. I don't think most of them do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
super
that's
Well,
the
shallow.
Yeah, that's true. They are. That's the thing, though. Like, how you gonna have 4 and 5 wives? Like, I think about it. How you gonna split your time between 2 or 3 wives? Like, I think one person should be good enough because you still got to go to work. You still got hobbies. You still got kids. You still got, your friends you want to hang out with. How you gonna? And do you want to have 2 more wives on top of that?
because he ain't planning on cleaning nobody's car. He ain't not planning on cleaning his wife's car. He's not planning on mowing the yard. He literally plans on doing nothing but going from pillar to post. And he don't even plan on washing his stinking ass drawers because he plan on leaving that for you from the next woman house to the next woman house to the next woman house to have that done. They literally are not thinking about doing things that they're not adulting. They still thinking their little sister is gonna wash and fold the clothes and do all the dishes, and maybe they may have to take out the trash can.
Yeah.
I just really don't get the mindset. Like, how do you want to be so completely lazy and incompetent, but then you want to be in charge of everything? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't add up. You're basically setting somebody up for failure that you don't mind ruining their life, and that's not okay. Because if the role was reversed, you wouldn't like anyone doing that to you, and I know you wouldn't. So therefore, that means you know what you're doing, and you don't want it for you, but it's okay for you to want it for someone else. That's fucked up.
They're never gonna be givers. They're always gonna be takers. They're never gonna have anything to give because, like I say, they don't even understand basic economics. So they're gonna put everything they have in their pocket. And I'm seeing such a abundance of men, and we talk about, you know, I literally have had people in the nursing home that's on fucking probation and parole. Probation officers come up here to see some of these men in the nursing home. That lets you know they're not that old, but they have nowhere to go. They can't even go and lay on their children because they weren't there for them.
Damn, you see that? Even if you say the woman she stopped you from seeing your child is 18. Now you have free reigns to go see your child. Now what's the excuse? I don't like I just don't understand it. I can't I don't it doesn't I don't
Even
know. I can't understand it. I just can't.
even then, 9 times out of 10, the mom's not keeping them from them. They just don't want to see their kid. I've heard tons of guys. I mean, not tons of guys, but I've heard one guy. He finally went to court, and I already told him. I'm like, I was younger than him. He was in his 40s. I was like, I'm telling you, the only reason why guys don't have their kids is because they don't want them. They don't fight for them in court. He's like, that's not true. That's not true. I said, okay. He went to divorce court, got his kids, and he found out for himself. He was like, yeah, the main reason he was at court himself, family court, and he said in family court they said the main reason why men don't have the children is because they don't even fight for them.
Men actually win and contested. Let me get on a definition of contested. In contested custody cases, when men actually asked for it, they were winning custody in 70% of custody cases because um, What they don't understand when they go to child support court, there's legal things that must take place. And the one thing that has to be done is they have to file a petition or they have to answer in their reply to ask for custody. In court, you cannot go to court and then tell the judge, I want custody, because it denies the person's right to due process. You have to file. So the judge couldn't grant it if he wanted to. It's a federal case. It's case law. It's already been established that that can't happen. And if a judge does it, it can be overturned on appeal because it wasn't done the proper way. So it has to be filed. But a lot of them go up in there in child support court and they be like, I want custody. That's not the right way. That's why you didn't get it. But when men are filing, they're actually winning. And they're winning on some underhanded stuff because at the end of the day, them judges really didn't want to, but they're not even letting the judge help them by doing their part. The judge want to give the kids to them, but they won't even do their part. And I know for a fact, I will sit everything I do, I stand on fact. And I always say, I remember the judge say, oh, she don't want me to see my child. She's always late for time sharing. Like, how many times was I like, oh, a few, he said a few times, but I had no, the only thing that saved me, and the judge was still going to, I caught him in so many lies, was that my daughter, he always picked our daughter up from the daycare, from daycare. So I could never have been late. But even with them proving that, there is an actual recording because they don't record family hearings because I'm from Hicktown and the courtroom serves for criminal and family court because we rarely get a family case there. It was actually recorded. And when they realized they was recording it, they turned the fucking video off for 32 minutes. But you can see where, and it's audio and video, but you could see where the question was leading and you could see the judge was getting upset that I was putting on the record the stuff that they were lying about. I haven't heard from that man since I had to get the police to get my daughter back in 2012, I think it was 2012 or 2013, June of 2012 or 2013. They was literally going to let my baby girl go out the country to Nigeria at 1.5 years old. I had never been late for a timeshare exchange. The judge gave him every other weekend. I gave him a week at Christmas time. I offered him half of Thanksgiving. I gave him a week in the summertime, all without a court order. But the judge was going to give it. My daughter's birthday on Christmas. That man have not contacted our daughter since then, and he's been back in the United States. And he's not African. He just went to Africa to escape child support for 3 years. And here one day, I know I'm going to have to worry about him saying, she wouldn't let me see my daughter. I know he up there. I know where he live at because sunbiz.org and a Google will tell you a lot about a person. But he'll do that. In the 8 months that he was in my daughter's life was hell. She went from a perfectly healthy baby to using an asthma machine because she got sick with the going up and down the road. And he didn't even tell me about a medication that she was ordered. My daughter has not been on a nebulizer treatment since then. So these courts are giving dad custody, even in dangerous situations, but they don't want it. They don't want to work with them.
Yeah. And shoots,
So
you can even arrange the visitation. I had a cousin. He works offshore. So he has it where he has arranged with his job that his time off is during the summer, the whole summer. So he gets his child the whole summer. Um, and he made arrangements that every other weekend that they had agreed on before they went to the court was when he was not there because he was at work. He was he would go to his grandmother, and his brother or his sister-in-law would pick him up to bring to his grandmother to spend the weekend with her, so he knows uh, his side of the family, you know. And they arranged it. And when she tried to to change it without going through the courts to change it, he petitioned, and and she had to. When she tried to keep the child from coming, on the weekend he was there, and um, or take him to his grandmother, like they had talked about in the range. Then
Every state has its laws, but in the state of Florida, grandparents don't have any rights, and that's good if they had agreed upon that. But in Florida, they literally would not have any rights because there's no grandparents' rights. But do notice here some grandparents, depending on their health status and stuff, you have to really wonder, and depending on the type of environment, is that a safe place for the kids to go? Because I know back in the day, some children were just keeping themselves. Grandma, we had a legal body in the house, but they were not in any condition. So I guess it just kind of depends on each
yeah,
situation on a case by case basis.
yeah. She couldn't use that excuse. She
But
even
in
tried to use
Florida,
the fact that the supposedly the town that the grandmother lived in is a bad town. It's like, well, that's fine and good, but she lives in the country. She don't live in the town central itself. She lives in the country, and there's no issue of bad elements in the country.
that, and and that's why you have to know the law for yourself. And I would tell people learn it for yourself because a lot of things that we think take place, and then this where critical thinking come in. You know, judges make mistakes all the time. You know how I know?
Hmm.
Because there's this thing called a court of appeals. And you know what a court of appeals is? It says somebody fucked up and we got to fix it. And that's basically what it does. And it happens all the time. But if you don't know the law, and I only do this to illustrate the legalities of the law says the judge cannot grant what has not been pled for. And that's literally when you ever get your court paperwork and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all those numbers down it, and the person has to respond to each one of those. Anything that you respond to is an admission of it being correct. So if you didn't ask for something, like my child's father only asked for timeshare,
Hmm.
that's all he asked for. The judge gonna grant him the right to file our taxes, our child on income tax. He was not going to give me the right amount of child support. He granted all this stuff. And you know what my attorney told me? Shall and may. And what happened? And I went back and I told my attorney, no, no, no. He didn't ask for this. All he asked for was timeshare. And because I had a court reporter there, within 4 days, which was like a weekend, with 4 to 6 days, I had a new court order deleting all of that bullshit out of there. Now, the judge knew he was on some bullshit because how could he delete it if he didn't have a record? But he knew I had a record of that court reporter there. And that's the only reason he had to delete all of that shit. Within 6 days, I got an amended final judgment. But that's why you got to know the law. And the men, if they could learn all them games and all them moves on PS5, they could learn it all if they wanted to. I am not for everyone. Are you divested?
Nah.
No. Because you'll be talking my kind of talk. They can just call me angry black bitch. But women have a zero tolerance policy. And I think it's good for us. And you be talking my kind of talk, girl. I just want you to know.
Oh, thank you. Nah, I didn't even know what that word was until I got on YouTube. I was like, that what? I was like, oh, okay, good for y'all. But nah. Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just saw what it was as a child, and I just couldn't take it. I was like, because this isn't right. Like I'm seeing what I'm seeing. You can't lie to me. So I gotta move over here. You can stay over here, but I gotta go.
And I think people sometimes they forget when they kids. And I like everything we need to know I learned in kindergarten. But if people go back and really think about what they've been through and what they saw, like when I go to Disney World, I'm from Florida. If I don't been to Disney World probably over 20 times, I hate Disney World. I don't never want to go back there again. As a matter of fact, when we take my daughter this fall, I ain't even going. I'm making my husband take. I say I done my time at Disney World. You go. But I always see black moms and maybe an aunt or a grandma, and I hardly ever saw. The times I went, I didn't see that many black moms and dads. Now I saw other people with moms, dads, etc., but I never really saw it that much here. But maybe that's just the way I view things. You know, maybe that's just my vision.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. We never did get back to that video. I think we covered most of some of the stuff they were talking about in there. But let's see a little bit more. I stopped it because the guy was saying idiotic stuff to me.
He was saying some nonsense and we couldn't take it. I agree. He always saying some BS. He sound ridiculous.
He's from the Roommates podcast.
Oh, I know exactly where he's from. I didn't want to say it because I didn't think y'all knew. But yeah, I know where. It's just stupid. Him and his friend.
Ain't they in Florida?
And then they got the nerve to be on the panel with Dumb and Dumber over there.
What you said, Koja? Did you say something?
Ain't Fruity and Fresh is in Florida?
Yeah, they're in Florida. They stay having these shows. These men are like what 35, almost 40, and they still can't settle down to save their life.
Because nobody wants them.
One like men. And one of them tricks. So, just go to the trailer park and find him. He can go to the trailer park and find him a white woman. He can afford it. And the other one could go and find him a meth head man. He can afford it. And be happy. And leave out like business alone.
So the dark skinned one, he's from Barbados, right? And he thinks that every white woman thinks that he's the dream guy. Like, I don't know what is wrong with him. Like, if he was smart, he would get him a girl from his country or somebody. Like, I don't know.
What kind of mirror is he using in the morning?
Oh, he believes that myth that white women love black men, and they believe that they the treasure.
Oh, you poor, dumb, simple man.
Yeah, he got tricked by a sugar baby and stuff like that.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Yeah, tried to kiss her. She was like pulling back.
I saw that video and I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. And I moved on. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on. Their guest speaker there, woman asked a question about the issue with independent women.
If let's say you made $200,000 a year, right? And your man made $50,000 a year, you would eventually want him to get there. Is that fair to say, ladies?
Absolutely.
And if he was lazy and he didn't want to get there, he wanted to stay at 50,000, would that be a turnoff? If he didn't want to get better?
Yeah, it's not about laziness. Here's another example. If I wanted to study something and I knew that I wouldn't be able to work for the next 8 years, medical school, for example, then if my man is willing to support me, I want him to eventually be happy with my success.
Yeah. So let me finish my example, and I want to answer your question. So the point is that you guys want a man to get on your level. So guys, if a woman was making $50,000 and you're making 200,000, do you want it to make 200,000? Is that a priority for you guys?
No, not a priority.
So you see, guys, they don't view it that way. They you gotta think about it. Men are conditioned to protect and provide for thousands of years. So men are not looking for a teammate who can do what they do. It's like the best way I can break it down.
But it's not about doing. Sorry for interrupting you. Yeah. I apologize. But it's not about doing what they do. It's about doing me and being supported
So
supported emotionally. And
here's a problem: a man with options can choose, and unfortunately, you're the worst option. No disrespect. No disrespect, because here's the reality. There's two guys, right? There's a guy that makes $500,000. All things are equal. They're both handsome. They're both tall. They're both successful in their own sense, right? One is a successful teacher making 50,000. One is a successful doctor making 500,000. Which one is more attractive?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I blinked out a second ago.
Okay, cool. So there's
my brain went to La La
two
Land.
guys, and everything is equal. Okay.
Thank you.
one of them makes 50,000.
Uh-huh.
One of them makes 500,000.
Mhm.
Which one is more attractive? Everything is equal.
It's okay to say the truth.
I know.
It's okay.
Listen.
The feminism in her won't allow it.
No. I'll answer honestly.
She's talking an equal partner.
I'm just as mesmerized by fancy, shiny things as any other person is. I find that sometimes men who have a lot become entitled.
Listen. I just said everything was equal.
Okay, then yeah, for sure the man who has more because my life would be better.
Because you value that more. So what you got to understand is women who think independence, you like that in men.
Yeah.
A man being independent, a man not needing you, a man to be able to take care of his stuff on his own. That's what you value in men. Men don't want that in women. Because the reality of the matter is, when a woman is really turned on by a man, when a woman is really in love with a man, when she really respects him, she becomes utterly dependent upon him because she does not want him to leave.
So here's what I don't like. My biggest fear is to lose my independence and to rely on somebody else.
And know where that comes from? Where does that come from?
I don't know. I mean, I've been independent since I was 18, and I think it's a very important thing to me.
I know, but where does that fear come from?
I don't know. I don't want to rely on anyone. I wasn't brought up to rely on anyone, and I don't think
exactly that came. So what happened in China?
She is smart. The fuck what they say.
Exactly. What the hell? Why do I need to depend on you? But then you'll be the same person talking about, well, I don't want some woman depending on me because now you need me for everything. Make up your damn mind. You're talking about balls of your neck.
He says that all
now.
She don't do nothing. She don't do nothing. She don't bring nothing to the table. You know, all she do is cook.
Exactly. Exactly.
Always.
Abner?
Those rules are for black women about to bring something to the
table. But there's nothing that women is going to always be. Women been bringing something to the table, but they can't say it, and they just be complaining because even a woman giving birth is something that he has bring to the table. So they have to appreciate everything that women been bringing or women be having, but they don't appreciate it.
They don't appreciate it from a black woman because that conversation they would never have with black women. They would never say you don't have to bring anything to the table. And the fact that it's a white woman sitting there, because that white woman probably actually know the history of men, period. Not just black men, all men. And she's seen some things, and that's why she valued her independence. And probably her grandma and her great grandma told her to maintain her independence. In America, they trying to reverse engineer some stuff. The things that women have gained in this country, women in other countries would kill for, and they would gladly trade in that what they have over there for the protections that they have over here in the United States as women. And black women are being conned out of those protections. They say, in order for you to get this ring, you should give up all of those protections. And that is not a good trade for me. And I don't think for most women, because we were already living in poverty a lot. And because of the ability for education for us to climb up out of that poverty, a lot of people didn't experience and didn't see stuff. And when you've been comfortable for a generation and you didn't really see the come up, it's so easy to say, I'll discard that, because they don't know the true history behind it. But I wouldn't trade it for a wedding ring, because their wedding ring is no guarantee. I was working with Now, and we was trying to get some legislation passed, and it's on equity and equality. I think in Florida, this lady, she was a stay-at-home wife and everything, and she accidentally saw how much her husband made. And he's like, oh, won't you go see your sister and everything? And this was in Palm Beach County, Florida.
when she like, oh, go see your sister and all this. Man, when she came back, he had done changed the locks on the house, had filed for divorce, and he finally gave her car, which was on flats, and she was literally homeless, living in a homeless shelter, and went from an upper middle class lifestyle to that. And that's what giving up your independence and depending on somebody will get you. I'm sorry. I've never grew up in a society where I could afford not to have a plan B, C, and D, and I wouldn't give it up. And any man that wants you to, you have to look real suspect at him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's saying that now, but when divorce time comes around and she's ready to take half, he's gonna reconsider what he's saying right now.
You'll see all these white men over the. There's so many white men over the United States trying to get alimony laws repealed. They trying to get it to pass in one state. So these women, they ain't stupid. They working hard to get lifetime alimony, permanent alimony, and stuff repealed. So if you sit home as a woman, and let's say you decided I'm gonna give up and stay home for the kids. Me and you met, we 30. It's cheaper for me to stay home with the kids for the first 5 years than work. And let's decide he don't want you no more. Do you know you don't have a job history now? You don't have any money saved now, and you basically finna have a real lifestyle change. I sat up there with women in Tallahassee, crazy white bitches, and these women were sliding EBT cards, and of course their lifestyle was way further than me. And they were saying how they couldn't pay their bills, but my black poor working ass could pay my bills, and I wouldn't slide no EBT card. Those lifestyle changes are dramatic, and that white girl is smart and she knows better. But those women were not planning on being traded in for a newer model car, and they didn't prepare for it. But I would tell any woman these days, you better prepare for it and plan for it. And if it don't happen, that's great. But if it do, you're prepared.
Yeah, I was always taught that I always have a backup plan and a backup plan and a backup plan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and who teaches their children, their daughters nowadays not to be independent? I've seen fathers as well teaching their daughter, go to school, get your own money, take care of yourself, do this. They teach them how to take care of a house, do repairs to the cars, do stuff because they don't see any good men out there. And this is back when I was a kid. And that's 50 years ago. My grandfather was.
Oh, please, some man in California, I think she's in her 60s now. Her dad was telling her that the men that were coming up in her age were no good.
Childhood, either your experience showed you or somebody communicated that to you. Because you're talking about, I have a fear. You can't live your life according to fear. Imagine me saying, I have a fear of crashing on a plane. I can never get on the plane.
Damn.
So your whole relationship movement is based upon a fear. That's unhealthy. And so what I've noticed is a lot of women, when they move in a relationship, it's based out of fear. You can't live your life based upon fear.
I think it's unhealthy to put yourself in situations where you could potentially be left with nothing.
But that's the mindset.
That's the fear.
You see how you're living your life? You're living your life worst case scenario thinking. Yep. Imagine me saying, I don't want to start a business because if I open a business, I can lose all my money. Because that's a risk of starting a business. You can put all your time, energy, effort, and money and resources into a business and lose it all. So what happens is a lot of women have seen either from divorces in their family, either from their mom whining and complaining, or they've seen a woman being in an unhealthy situation, and now their fear is the worst case possible scenario.
So here's another worst case.
Yeah, and they never mention that other men are seeing that they are messed up and are preparing their daughters to not deal with them and stuff like that. And Yes, and you usually learn from mistakes. Okay, he used a business scenario. Um, okay, there is stats that businesses the first time that they are put together open up, they tend to fail because it's a learning process. Um, you know, you know, make mistakes or things don't go your way or the environment um, was not good or whatever because of a choice sometimes you make. But you learn from the failure and you start over again. But and there's nothing wrong with fear. Fear kind of saves your life. Now, if it becomes overwhelming where you can't move, then it's an issue. But a good amount of fear is healthy. And she's not saying she's not dating or getting involved at all. She's saying she's not going to lose her independence over it. You know, if she, and I don't see nothing wrong with that. You know, shoots.
I don't
And
see
it's
anything wrong with it either. They have a fear of commitment. What's the difference?
yeah, you're already putting it out there that hey, we don't want to get married. They don't see the advantages of getting married or anything. So
I
hey,
don't want to get divorced, art in court. That sounds like fear. I don't want some woman breaking up with me, or I don't want her cheating on me. That sounds like fear.
shoes, they
Mm.
getting to the point where they don't want to ask women out on the date because she might be using me for a meal.
I don't want to approach her because I might get me too. Sounds like fear.
Mm-hmm.
They're not helping their case.
Oh, the Black Knight asks if he can come up.
Come on.
Huh?
Oh yeah, we like you. Shit, I need to get your
Okay,
DNA so I
come
can
on.
copy you. I need me and Max. I ain't gonna lie.
All right, all right, come on up, Max. There's the link. All right, all right. So yeah. So he's telling her not to operate out of fear. Well, we gonna tell yourself and your fellow dudes stop operating in fear. Why? Stop looking at the worst case scenario.
Exactly with the baby mamas and the gold diggers. Stop looking at those cases.
Mm-hmm.
They is getting tricked out of 2 for 20, but they think a woman shouldn't have any reservations. They got big fear of a 2 for 20 with drinks and a dessert because there's a come up.
And but she's got to deal with someone who's bigger than her and stronger than her. That's a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot more of a risk and fear than you and your 2 for 20.
All right, Black Knight. Hello.
Hey, Max.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now.
I seem to be bored. Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Hey.
All right, let me go out and come back in. I'm bored again for some reason. I'll be right back.
All right.
I really question how these men, if they're not getting married before the age of 35 or 40, what are they don't want you to get educated? How is a woman supposed to support herself up until they decide to get married? What
That's
is
what
she
I've been trying
supposed
to
to
figure
do?
out.
Then they want her to look good. And in order to look good, that costs money.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then if they're not going to say, okay, I'm willing to provide for your every need once we get married, how do they expect a woman to give up her job and work and cater to them? They can't have it both ways, and they want it both ways. And so,
And it doesn't sound like the issue is about the job. It's about her being independent. So,
Yeah, about her
um,
having her own, so that way if she wants to dip out, she can. Like he wants her to have no recourse where she can go nowhere. It's really giving abusive vibes.
But that's so sick. That's like being, you really want your marriage to be equated with a prison? Is that what they're saying? I don't want you to have any options to go anywhere without me. I don't want to give you no finances. I'm only going to give you barely enough to buy groceries, etc. They really want marriage to be prison sentences. And I don't know how that is productive. Like, they're the only ones who are going to be able to go out and come and go. You're going to stay home, barely see sunlight. They might let you look out the window. Not That's crazy. The only thing you can do is go and pick up their clothes from the dryer, the laundry, wash, cook, clean for them. And when they come at the door, run up to them like a desperate dog, and hopefully they'll pat you on your head and give you some attention. What's the saying? Familiarity breeds contempt. And I think that's what we've done with the Black men. We've been so available and stuff to them, so now they don't respect us and they walk all over us and take us for granted.
I'd agree. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Black Knight, you want to try again? You still working? Oh, wait. Who's this down here? Oh, okay. All right. Switching equipment, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. And it's
All right,
interesting.
you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
You mind if I speak? How you ladies doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Right.
All right. Ladies night. Y'all mind if I speak?
Go ahead.
You know, there used to be a time, right, where a father would give his daughter away to a man that he could trust. And he knew that that man, he was confident that that man would take care of his daughter. And how he found that out was, you see, there was also a time to where when a woman was serious about a man that she considered marrying, she would bring that man home to meet her father. And the father would engage in conversation with that man, and he would find things out about that man. He would put that man through all kinds of questioning to find out if this man had breaking points, if he was strong enough to support his daughter, if he was strong enough to support a family. All right, the father would put the man through all of this, and if the man passed the test, then the father would approve the relationship that he had with his daughter. But if he didn't, he would disapprove of the relationship. And let me explain something to you. Back then, daughters listened to their fathers. So if the father didn't approve with you, the girl, I don't care how long she's been with you, she would drop you. She would drop you. I went through such a thing with my wife and her father. I had to be approved, right? And I have not failed her father yet. The problem today is there are no fathers vetting the men that their daughters are dating. And the fathers who are out here in their daughters' lives understand that. And so they're countering with teaching their daughters to be independent, not depend on the man, not sit around and wait for a man to come in and sweep them off their feet. Fathers are teaching their daughters how to survive. You know why? Because they no longer believe in the men. And I talk to fathers all the time, and many of them don't believe that there's even a such man anymore in the Black community that exists that can even be trusted with a father's daughter's life, right? Back then, fathers used to be able to trust a man with the life of his daughter and his grandchildren. They don't believe that man exists anymore because there's too many bad Black men out here. There's too many weak Black men out here, so they don't believe that that man exists anymore. So what they do now is they teach the daughters to survive on their own. And so you guys are having pushback on the women. You need to be having pushback on Black fathers because they're the culprits now who are teaching their daughters how to survive without you, because they don't trust you anymore. It's not just the women who don't trust you. There are black fathers out here who have daughters who no longer trust you. And their love for their daughters is way stronger than the trust they don't have for you. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to understand one thing. At some point, you're going to have to take a look at yourself and say, you know what? I'm fucked up and I need to get my act together and I need to get my shit together. And I need to grow the fuck up and be a real man. Stop complaining, stop bitching. Start addressing women properly. Learn how to fucking talk to women. Have some goddamn manners and some fucking respect and some self-respect as a goddamn man. And then maybe the pendulum will swing in your way. But if you ain't willing to do that, look for the situations to get worse between you and women. Because as long as you're unwilling to be a man, it's just going to get worse, and the gap's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And let me tell you something. If it gets too big, ain't going to be no repairing it. And you're going to be shit out of luck, because I told you, women control your desirability. The moment a black woman no longer desires you, no other woman is going to want you. If you don't believe that, just ask a woman, does she want a man that no woman wants? I just wanted to say that, ladies.
Nobody wants him? Ugh.
Nobody's mad at
Thanks.
the truth. And if
Thanks for letting me come up.
50 years ago, fathers were seeing that, you can imagine what they're seeing now.
Oh, thank you, Max. We need more guys like him.
These are the men that we need in the community.
Yeah. And see, that's the issue. That's one of the issues with fathers being outside their children, out of their children's lives. The boys are messed up and too immature, and not behaving like men. The girls don't have somebody to vet or let them know what red flags or what Negroes not to mess with. Mm-hmm. And those fathers that are involved, they don't see, they see a problem, so they preparing their daughters to be independent, take care of things themselves. You know, don't be dependent on no dude. Put money aside. These guys keep talking about the mothers are putting the fear into them, or other women are putting the fear in them, or the other women are talking to them about being independent and all that stuff. A lot of time it ain't the women. It's also the fathers, the men, the men in their life, the father figures, the grandfathers, the uncles, the elder cousins, the brothers, the big brothers, and stuff like that. Or in some cases, it could be even a little brother. You know, they'll say no man is good enough for you. There's no good men out there. Don't trust none of them. I even asked the question, include you? Yeah, include me. I'm a man. Can't I was like, well, you confusing me. But I know what they meant. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's continue on a little bit more.
Possible scenario.
But but you do not see how living like that is a problem.
I do understand. I completely agree, but I do think that there's a place for responsibility. And women in relationships, because there is a power dynamic, oftentimes can be put in situations where they can't get out.
So here's a problem. You said oftentimes. That is your personal experience.
It's not my personal experience. All of my relationships have ended amicably. And I respect all of my exes. I've never been abused, thank God. Mm-hmm. I've never had any negative situation like that where I relied on someone. Never.
So let me tell you why this is your personal experience. Because when it comes to divorce, if you can look it up right now, we have all the data. women divorce men at higher rates than men divorce women. 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. We have Google right now. We can go ahead and pull it up. So the reality of women being left by men is a misnomer. It is feminine mythology.
I'm not talking about. My concern is not being left by a man. My concern is jumping head on into a relationship where I'm feeling like I'm being supported and helped, eventually losing my independence because I'm relying on him. I don't need to work if somebody's paying my rent.
What does that mean?
So I'm explaining. Wait, I lost my train of thought. What did you say a second ago?
What I said is that
women are not even men.
Your fear. You literally said the fear.
Oh, okay. I remember what I was talking about. Okay, my fear isn't that I won't be able to. My fear isn't that my man will leave me. My fear is that I won't be able to leave because I'll be put in a situation where I can't leave.
Okay, so.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's the more powerful fear, especially women independent, that they become so dependent. And I agree with her there. You know, you know, you hear terms like also losing themselves. And that if they ever in a situation, they will not be able to leave. I think we had tapped a little bit on this. Yeah, the fear is not the man gonna leave you. Oh, there is some of that, but the more fear is um, that you're gonna be in a situation that you can't get out of because you became so dependent on the man, you can't get away.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we did tackle that issue uh about women divorcing men more than men divorcing women. That is a money issue. That the men can't afford divorce, so that's why they don't file for divorce because they don't want to pay the fee.
Yeah, or the way for her to do it so that way they won't have to.
Yeah, it took me 3 years. I had to file and then wait to get my divorce. And that was like a long time. But when I finally got it, I was like, yes, it's over, right? Not like that, but you know what I mean? Like you finally you filed and it's done. Like you gotta put like so much work to make sure it goes through. It's not as easy as people think it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and that
remember
makes sense.
my mom celebrating her divorce. I don't know. I don't know why, but back then, uh, if you as the you and your husband had to be separated from each other for so many years, um, and so she had to wait 7 years to get her divorce finalized.
Yeah,
But
from
then
what I hear,
again,
in some states it's still like that. You have to wait a certain amount of time before you can get officially divorced.
mhm, yeah, yeah, and she got her divorce on her birthday. She said, "Oh, that was the best birthday present ever," and she was celebrating her birthday. Mhm. All right, back into independence, losing our independence.
That fear is based upon a worst case scenario. You're living your life on a worst case scenario. If you take that energy into business, you'll never be successful.
But
If you
but relationships.
let me finish. If you take that energy into finances, you'll never have any money. If you take that energy into friendship, you'll never have any friends.
Mhm.
So what happens is that if you're living your life based upon a scenario that a fearful thing can happen, that's on you. But the wise thing to be is to be like, okay, that's a possibility. So how can I, as a woman, find the right kind of man who will support me and help me not make that happen? There's no way possible you're gonna find a guy where 100% of the time he will never do anything wrong.
So
Life
may I
is a
respond?
risk. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Number one, I do think that being a woman in the world, you do have to live not in fear. Maybe fear is the wrong word to use, but you do have to be very, very conscious and cautious of all the dangers around you. And relationships can turn dangerous at a certain point. That's number one. I'm not saying I'm living out of fear, not at all. Every relationship that I've
What
been
does
in,
that mean, though? You just said relationships can turn dangerous at a certain point. You know what's very fascinating about this is what you just shared? What do you mean by dangerous? You mean domestic violence?
also.
Okay, so let's talk about domestic violence. You know what's fascinating?
Mhm.
Do you know domestic violence in lesbian couples are the highest of all couples?
I mean, I'm not. Whether it's
Yeah, see how he tried to, he's trying to make imply that women are more violent and more violent than men by going to a lesbian uh, uh, couple relationship, which has nothing absolutely to do with man and woman relationship. That's two different dynamics.
If he was a smart male, he'd know that even in lesbian relationships, there's still a masculine dynamic. And the one who's masculine is usually the one who's doing that. So this person is a woman, what do you know, taking on masculine traits. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he just passed over everything she said. Like it didn't. He
Yep.
disregarded it. He didn't even acknowledge it.
Yeah, he
Like he tried to
completely
move the
disregarded
goalpost.
it. Yeah, he moved the goalpost. Yeah, oh yeah. Because that's not what she said. And she's not a lesbian, so what does that have to do with her? She's talking
Yeah.
about domestic violence between heterosexual people, which those numbers still do exist, and they're predominantly on the woman, and she is a woman. So, I heard someone, I forgot who it was. I heard someone on YouTube who said something that was, oh my God, it was so amazing. They said that they got this advice. They said, never take advice from someone who doesn't have to live with the consequences.
Uh-huh.
And unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of scenarios in the world, men do not have to live with the consequences. So I don't take advice from them.
Yeah. Now, I think he's trying to get her to change her mind about being independent, to deliberately put herself in the lay her head down so he can stand on her neck type scenario, or make it sound like she's crazy for wanting to be independent.
And I find it really weird about guys is that they always talk that shit right when they don't have nobody. But I find it interesting that the minute they get married, all of a sudden their viewpoints start changing. And I'm like, yeah, because you finally done realize you're stuck with a woman for 24 hours and you finally realize that women aren't as bad as your dumbass, simplistic male brain has made them out to be your whole life. Yeah, I know. It's amazing how when guys get married, their views change on women. Yeah, I know they do because now you're stuck with one for 24 hours a day and you realize, no, we're not the people that you think of in your head because you're in a circle jerk with a bunch of men who think that they know about women when they don't know shit about women. The only thing y'all know about women is that you like fucking women. That's the only thing you do know. So if you want to know anything about a woman, here's a clue. Ask a woman and actually listen. Don't just listen to respond or hear what you want to hear. Actually listen and retain the information.
Oh,
I love it. I'm, I'm not for everyone. You just straight blunt. You don't care. You don't care about nobody feelings. Who gives a fuck? You just say it how it is. I love
Please
it.
trust me. I was practically born this way. If you would know the people that I was around my whole life and adults, that's why I talk like this. Cause they talk like this. I can't help it. Like I don't have time for the bullshit. I'm not a coddler. I don't coddle. I never had anybody in my life coddle me, so I can't do it. Other people that can do it out there, kudos for you, but I'm not one of those people.
oh, oh! If I'm coddling, I'm trolling. Trust me. Uh, I'm not. I'm not. Too much in the face, but trust me. If I'm doing coddling like noises, I'm trolling. Yeah, and I'm kind of making fun of you, but that's the way I grew up. You know, especially towards males that seem to be whining. Oh, shut baby, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. Stuff like that. Yeah, but the minute the boys in our community know exactly what we're doing, they tell us to stop that because they know we're not trying to actually coddle them. We're making fun of them because they're sounding like a big baby. Hmm.
Lesbians or straights or anything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Being
so
in a relationship where you're relying 100% where you're codependent is unhealthy, in my opinion.
Codependent.
Respectfully.
Codependent. See, this is what happens when you create straw mans. When you make an extreme. So on one end of the extreme is codependency, where I have nothing without you. Another end of the extreme is where you're probably at, independency. I am without you. But the healthy medium is interdependency, is that I could exist without you, but I not only want you, but I need you.
So can I say,
let me finish. Because I'm be honest with you, right now, the energy that you're on is masculine energy.
oh God, no.
No, why? Because
no.
you're comfortable. And this is the problem. You're comfortable with having to usurp your way. So a lot of times there's no when there's a relationship, when women say they want equality, there's no equality. There's no two kings in one castle. There's no two presidents in one country. There's no two CEOs of one company. There's always a leader and somebody submits to your leadership. You want to be in charge.
I don't. I absolutely.
Did she ever
Yeah.
say she wanted to be in charge?
Huh?
Now you putting words in her mouth. She never said she wanted to be in charge.
Yeah. And then he twisted it around. I don't know if you remember very back in the beginning. She was talking. She didn't use the words interdependency. But basically, she said that's what she wanted. A
In the beginning,
relationship
yeah.
where
That's
she's
exactly what she said.
independent, but she wants you. Not because she needs you, because she wants you. And now went all around the world. Now he come back to what she originally said, and he's trying to make independence an extreme. Let's say what dependency is an extreme, and independency is an extreme. Well, hockey.
His word salad give me a headache.
But my thing is, men kind of have it how they want it. I would say they have an advantage to this because now they could pick a woman who really wants them for them.
You would think so.
Exactly. You would think that would be, I don't know, a good thing,
But
but
I think
apparently
they don't
not.
even really like themselves for themselves, or they don't even know who they are. They either don't know who they
Exactly. I was
are,
about to say
they don't
that. They
like
don't even know who they are. They're so busy trying to get in between everybody's legs that they ain't taking the most important time out of their life to find out what about you, you ding dong. What do you want out of life for yourself? Not just always trying to be in between somebody's legs. Like you need to stop doing that. Grow up. You got to think better than that. Like, ugh, I can't stand people that are just low. Like a creative solution says, low vibrational people. Like, ugh. There's more to life than that, especially if you're one of the people in your life that has internal peace. I know I do. So no, you gotta be better than that. You gotta elevate yourself better than that. Cause I'm not there anymore. I've never been that low vibrational. Like I'm on a higher level, and I can't be with someone who's just that. That low.
And that's the thing, right? Like, come on. Like, even in the back in the days, the tribal days or ancient days, people never had sex like that. People had sex to have kids because they know when they had sex, it produces an offspring. So just think about that. People from back in the day were more mature than we are today. I never see more. Like, come on. Like, I never seen people this as sexual deviants. I never seen this. Like,
Yeah, I think what
Yeah.
it is, they got some weird blueprint about how they think they should be, and it's some kind of harem like fantasy. They got all these women want them, but in order to get that harem fantasy in reality, they gotta have money to provide for all these women. So they got a blueprint or fantasy idea of what they should be, but their logic is telling them, well, in order to have that, they gotta have money. So instead of working on themselves to be better, they trying to take a shortcut way by getting the money so they can have this blueprint fantasy, not even knowing if that's even what they really want or want to deal with, because they don't really know women. So if they did, they know you're having multiple women is more of a headache than anything. And they keep trying to go into the historical past or these cultures where they do have it, but they have a true understanding of it. Um, and Avenai has explained a few times that these men would not do in multiple relationship or multiple wives scenario because they don't really understand what's all involved. They
Mm-hmm.
cannot be. They cannot be. Oh, hey, Avena.
Yeah, I'm here.
Uh huh. Yeah, you was explaining that they cannot be not working. They can't have all these women have them working and then they lay back and do nothing.
Yeah, you can, because how can you have all these women and just you lay down back without working, doing nothing, and you think the women is gonna do that for you? They're gonna slap you or beat you all the time in the house, because they are not gonna let you use them or use their time and make them miserable. They are not gonna allow you to be in the midst of them and then trying to play them. They don't want it. And that is when they see themselves, okay, now we are not going to marry you or black women. We run into different country. We run into different continent. We run into different places. All women or all black women, we are the same. So if you think black women is not good in America, black women even in Africa also is not good. So you have to play your roles well. You are not playing your roles. That's why you see the women being a problem for you, or the women being everything you blame me for. The women are not. You can carry your load and you put it on somebody's ass. Oh no.
Yeah,
Yes, Abner come with the smoke.
yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So, too many of them have that blueprint fantasy of being either multiple wives, multiple women, the player, the Mac, the pimp, which we gotta kill that culture because hey, it is not realistic. It's actually detrimental, and the pimp is the ultimate enslaving the woman, having her your boot on her neck.
And it doesn't work either. I don't know why they haven't figured this out. I'm like, didn't your daddies tell y'all, or your granddaddies didn't they generations help you figure it out? Majority of you idiots, you ain't gonna get consistent sex unless you get married, you morons. It's not gonna happen. And that's how they had to do it. And it's still the same today.
Right. They don't go for knowledge from their grandparents. They don't even go for knowledge for anybody. They use their mentality on social media. They don't go for any knowledge. You see, we have a grown-up people that they can go to and ask them. Ask your great parent. When was those things? They don't want to know anything about in this life, like their life that they want to live. Okay, what we see on social media, what we hear, that is what we want to use. But if you're using that, it's not going to help you. That's why they're having a lot of problems. And when they find themselves in a marriage or in a relationship, they can control it.
Yeah, that's the word. I've been hearing that a lot. Control. That's what they want, control. And it's really sick that they want control over another human being.
Yeah, yeah. And Shooks, there's no controlling a human being. You know, even in slavery, they couldn't control us totally. So that's why they had to rule with fear and pain, because they couldn't control it. You know, how many slave revolts there was going on. So they had to get stricter and tougher. Then they started manipulating us to go at each other so we'd be distracted from revolting. And we're still feeling the effects of their manipulation. Hmm.
So I was looking at Tanya Sweet's comment, and she said even Shrek had to put in work to get Princess Fiona. These new black males is not the same. They want some BS for real. But yeah, you look, even Shrek, they coming out with movies showing you how to get women, how to be loving, how to work, how to give her flowers, how to be sweet. I'm like,
Exactly. I was saying that the other day. I said there's so many movies and books and stuff adaptations where they literally teach men how to treat women. They really don't do that for us. We're kind of really blind at this point. They really don't tell us exactly what it is. They have so many adaptations that they could find, or they could just ask us. Because unlike some people, we're not willing to lie and tell you a manipulation in order so that way we can get what we want. We'll actually be honest with you. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of us, yeah, that we will do that, but some of the rest of us, we're gonna tell you the truth. We can't say that for y'all. Y'all are on some other cold bullshit where y'all just all want to manipulate together. And if you don't believe me, then why are you so-called good ones not doing anything or saying anything about the bad ones? See about that. Oh.
yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and then the books they are going to is the wrong books. They're going to the pimp books. They're going to the how to be a player movie, booty call movie. Um, let's see, the Mac books. Wait a minute. There's supposed to be a dating coach that let me see, out in YouTube that has some book. Let me see what it's called. I'm trying to remember. Dang it, it'll come to me. Nonsense, and it's all about how to get women, how to talk to women. You
Oh yeah,
know,
like Alan Roger Curry, that mode one thing. Yeah.
yeah. Mode one, yeah, that's what it was. I like, what the hell? Yeah, yeah. Although I think he's on the outs because they're still mad at him because he got married. You swear that he was going with them the way they were upset, like like they the jilted women, and they trying to find a way to plot to break up his marriage, or they were trying to keep him from getting married.
The fact that so many of them have gotten married should have told them something.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. But no, want to be a player, whatever. But that gets tired. Even the players are tired of it, and they get married, or they're just leaving women alone for a while because they had enough of it. Same old, same old. Gets boring.
Don't. I will say my dating style. I love a man who will support me, lift me up, help me, but at the same time, I'm not going to relinquish all of my power.
I understand it, but what I'm saying is that what you're communicating is an idea which you feel like you represent. But I'm telling you right now, from even communicating with you, from this conversation, talk to hundreds of women, the energy that you have is very masculine energy.
Oh my God.
You can say all that you want, but the idea is you want somebody to join your team. You want somebody to join your program. You want someone to follow and
I want to
support
join
you.
someone's team just the same. I think
But that's not how. But that's not how it works.
reciprocated.
That's not how it works. When two companies merge, one company joins one company. When two kingdoms merge, one king joins one kingdom.
And that's fine. But I'm not going to put my personal well-being in jeopardy.
But
which is healthy. I think
extreme.
it's healthy. Why is it an extreme to care about yourself?
No, you're making an extreme argument. You're saying that I'm putting my personal well-being in jeopardy. You're not. A lot of women who are in happy, healthy relationships, they're not putting their personal well-being in jeopardy. By being with a masculine man and submitting to them happily, they're actually putting their personal well-being at the forefront of their life, and they're benefiting from it, from that masculine man's lead. But in your situation, let me tell you what's going to happen. Unfortunately, you're going to have to find a feminine man who's going to have to follow you, who's going to have to be led by, and you know what happens? Of course you don't want that, because no women does. But the number one problem is, though you don't want that, the man that you want won't want you. And
I'll
now
be honest,
you have,
I've never
you have
had
a
any of
dilemma.
these issues in any relationship in my life.
Okay, then why are you so single right now?
What? Well, I didn't say I'm single.
Okay, so you're not single.
I mean, I'm seeing a person in my
So
life.
you're single.
I really don't want to share personal details of my life, but I am in a very good place right now.
Let me be honest with you. You're doing what women try unfortunately do when they're in a social setting. You're using
You're generalizing, but go ahead.
Well, this is just commonality between men and women.
Ahead.
What you're doing is you're using the English language to shape reality instead of to express reality. You see that you don't want people to look down upon you for being single. I'm not shaming you for being single. So therefore, let me finish. So therefore, you're trying to share, well, I'm not single. I may be single. You're single. So moving forward in this conversation, use English to express reality. And the reality of the matter is, yes, you are single. That's the truth.
Okay, can I ask something?
Go ahead.
I keep losing my train of thought. You're confused because you're talking at me, and then you keep telling me not to interrupt, and then my train of thought loses me. So I do apologize. But why is it so important for people to strive to be in a relationship? My priority at the moment,
of course, is.
But let me just say, you preach this to men as well. You say, men, if you want a high value man, work on yourself, be better yourself. So I'm saying my job right now in life is to work on myself, become a better version of myself.
I love it.
And eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to be with a person who will deserve that.
I love it.
That's all.
So my question to you, what are 3 things that you're working on today that's going to make you desirable to the high value man that you want? What are those 3 things that you're working on today?
Social circles. I think that networking is very important.
Okay.
Another thing is I hope that I will be able to be successful in my life. And I mean, it's pretty shallow, but also I think that looks are important, and I take care of myself.
Cool. So out of those 3 things that you mentioned, you said social circle, success, and looks. The only thing that really relevant to a high value man is going to be the looks. So the unfortunate reality is that a lot of women such as yourself, they say, I'm working on myself to be more desirable to a man. But the things that you're working on, a man does not want. Imagine a man saying, okay, I'm working on myself to be more desirable to women. And you know what I'm doing? I'm learning how to wear fluorescent dresses. Is he doing something that'll make him more desirable to women?
There's probably a woman out there.
It's easy to make that argument. Let's be realistic. Is he doing something that's making him more desirable to top tier women?
Probably not.
Yes.
And by the way, I'm not disagreeing with you on most of your points.
I know, of course not. I know. So
I just want to make that a point.
We understand. We understand. Don't worry about the comments. Just you and me talking right now.
That's fine. I'm not looking.
So the point I'm trying to make is that when women say I'm working on myself, a lot of times they're not working on themselves in a way that's going to make them more desirable to other men. So to the point of, yes, our podcast, we're telling men to do things that tangibly, same as Fresh and Fit, we're telling men to do things tangibly that make them more desirable to women. But unfortunately, what you're working on and what a lot of women work on are things that will not make you attractive to men.
Okay, so I will say, I don't think that my end goal is to be attractive to men. My end goal is to work on myself so that I have a higher value as a person in my life. I'm happier.
All right, niggas, like the video right now. All right, you want to know what my fear?
Okay. At this point,
I think that's under the clip.
Well, actually, there's a little bit more, but the original clip we was looking at, that's where it ended. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there was a little more because they interrupted while they were talking.
Oh, play the rest of it.
Huh? Oh,
finish it? Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, here we go.
My fear is that you guys are gonna ninja watch this shit and not like it. We got 4,300 of you niggas in here watching this pointless argument and like the real talk, something to channel, on the way. You need to watch the bitch ass niggas. It's not the video. Bitch, we're gonna find you, kidnap you, niggas. Yeah, facts. Okay, sorry, Hockey.
I want y'all to write a list of what's wrong with y'all. I need a list of that tonight. Y'all need a
What is this podcast? What in the world? No one dating podcast in the world. If you guys want to see more pointless arguments like this, tune in right now. All right? You can watch us argue with tricks. But anyway, watch the video, niggas. Watch the video, niggas.
No. In closing, I don't know
what is going on right now.
Yeah, no, I think that what I really hope for all women, not just yourself, is that you have to be honest about what you want, right? And if you're honest about wanting marriage and family, do you want marriage and family?
At this point in my life, I don't.
Okay, cool. So do you want marriage and family?
Same answer.
You don't? Do you want marriage? Do you eventually want?
Eventually, yeah.
Yes. What? Do you eventually want marriage and family?
Sorry.
Do you eventually want marriage and family?
Of course.
Do you eventually want marriage and family?
Yes, I have the career now.
Okay. Do you eventually want marriage and family?
Yeah.
So do you eventually want marriage and family?
It's hard for me to imagine that at this point in my life.
Yes or no?
I'm so sorry, but marriage, maybe, family at this point, no.
Okay, so here's the reality. If you don't want it, then how are you relevant to the conversation?
So
because high value men don't want you because they want marriage and family.
But that's a paradox because you guys say oftentimes women, your number one like goal in life is to be married. But I don't think that you hold men to the same standard. You guys say men, they don't really need to settle down. They can have their own circle of ladies that they kind of juggle. I mean, I don't know if this is what you guys say, but I'm just saying from the last podcast that I was on. But so I feel
I'll clarify that after she makes her point.
Yeah, go ahead. But I do feel like you guys are saying this is the only thing that's going to give you meaning and value in your life. And I do know there's a lot of studies that do support that women are happier in marriages. But if we don't have the opportunity or the choice to do other things, we're not going to want to be in marriage.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the kind of man that you want, the highly high value, highly desirable man, whatever you want to call it, you want him, right? You want to be married. You may not want a family by him.
No, absolutely. I want to be with somebody who is,
yes,
who, to me, is amazing.
So the reality of the matter is, you have to make that a priority in your life. And what happens for too many women is that in your 20s, you will sacrifice all the things that make you desirable to that man, and you end up becoming a man. You end up getting all these masculine skills.
That's a lot of shade to the male population.
There's no shade to male population. If you guys are taking on masculine traits, then that's only hurting you.
First of all, I mean, what do you mean by masculine traits? Because I think the traits that I think are the most prominent with me are creativity, innovation, or whatnot. Those are not necessarily masculine traits. That's not male or
in a social dynamic. You are a very assertive individual and a very dominant individual.
But that's just my personality. It's not like I can change
that.
No,
but here's the problem.
That, and I wouldn't want to.
If there was a guy whose personality was naturally more passive, naturally more submissive, for a lot of women, that wouldn't be attractive. So just because it's the way you are doesn't negate the fact that nobody wants it.
I think I should always better myself, but I don't think that I should change myself to please a man.
So you don't have to. You're right. You don't have to change yourself to please a man. But what you got to realize is, if you don't possess what the man wants, you can't get mad at the man.
But there's a lot of different types of men out there.
But but the problem is, do you want all those types of men? You literally said you want this top of the line caliber of man. So if you wanted a different type, if you wanted a 50-50 egalitarian, effeminate man,
I don't want that.
Exactly. That's the problem. You want a more masculine, assertive, ambitious.
But I haven't had any trouble.
Hold on. You said earlier that you want a partnership, though, but I wasn't listening.
So no. I think a partnership means that somebody will support you and help you in whatever goals you have.
And the problem is that let me tell you the fundamental thing. The type of man that you want has options. He can choose Israel, India, Egypt.
Can I say I wouldn't want a man who didn't choose me out of a few?
Beautiful. He has options. The challenge is what you are bringing to the table, what you want. The other girls are not going to fight him for. You want him to support and join your team as well. These other two girls, India and Egypt, say, I will just join this team. I'm not trying to do all those. They have the advantage over you. You are combative. You are combative. When talking to you, we're going to have to argue. With those girls, you don't have to argue. So the challenge is going to be, why would he choose
But
them over
wouldn't
you?
a man get bored by a woman who doesn't have any opinion or care at all?
Okay. So
this is the last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's the fundamental problem. So many women want to tell men what they like. Wouldn't a man not like that? Wouldn't a man? No, we're not you. Women keep on living in a world where they think they're men. The way I feel about men is the way men feel about women. No. And so the unfortunate reality is that is not true. And if you keep on viewing men the way you view, if you keep on viewing the way men view women, the way you view men, you will keep on experiencing the same negative results over and over again. No, to answer your question, no, they will not get bored. It's actually peaceful because, and I promise this last thing.
Go ahead, man.
One of the verses in Proverbs that stands out to me was what Solomon said. He said, it is better to live in a corner of a housetop than in a lovely home with a quarrelsome woman. And in all due respect, you have quarrelsome tendencies.
Oh my God.
And so the reality of the matter is men want peace. And so your personality type, unfortunately, is not desirable. I'm sorry.
I will be single forever, and that's okay.
Or you can get a feminine man.
I don't want to change. I'll be honest with you. That's fine.
Man.
That's fine.
Yeah, get a feminine man. He'll love you. You can be his boss. You can be his mom. You can change his diapers. You can pay his bills. He'll love being with you.
They ain't gonna be good. I will say this, ladies. I will say this.
Wait, hold on. Let's pull Hafiz five.
Yeah.
Guys, we got 4,593 people in the chat.
Holy shit.
All right. Did they put y'all to sleep?
These people only talking stupidness, but
please, that was the last thing.
Yeah, and you notice how he ignored the fact, well, I don't want to lose my independence to get this man, and that's perfectly fine. I just live my life alone. But he tried to
give her somebody. Throw a male at her by saying, oh, well, you can just take the effeminate one. No, he can stay by himself. She already done chose she's going to be by herself. So end of discussion.
He was trying to do what Kevin Samuels does.
Oh, yeah, I saw that too.
I'm just like, really? But she's beautiful. I don't see her being alone. They crazy. She's gorgeous. Something is wrong with her. I don't know. She can find somebody. I'm pretty sure she can. She'll not listen to what these
and she can even.
They just like putting women in a lose-lose situation. I don't know why.
Yeah, is she even gonna? I think she's even gonna find that high-value man that he keeps claiming that is not gonna want her because she's quarrelsome. Which I didn't find her quarrelsome. I just think she was just
stating. He didn't use that word right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, and his claiming that it'd be peaceful. No. I think that he's wrong about that. I think if he actually did find a so-called peaceful woman, he would aggravate her to try to make her less peaceful.
Facts, because he's gonna be talking about the stupidness. Like all she asked was for support. Like you want the woman to be there for you 24/7. Like, dude, you gotta go to work. Like, come on, you gonna entertain her 12 hours a day? No, you expect her to have her own hobbies, her own life, and pretty much be as busy as you. I'm lost here. Like, what? Like, is he gonna pay babysit or something? Like.
They're all full of crap. They always say that, but then after that, after you're clinging on to them, then they want you to get a life. Like, no, you can't have it both ways. And then they're like, oh, well, ain't you got some friends or something? Ain't you got something else to do? Like, well, why the heck did you want me clinging to you and doing nothing then? What else do you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cling to you if I have nothing else to do. So I need other things. I need hobbies, other interests. And she's not lying either. Like that was a good question, and I wish she would have answered it. Why does my life have to be centered around pleasing a man?
Yes, you know who always says that? I don't know if y'all know her, but Sulcus Ray. She's part of Ugly Girls Club. She has a YouTube channel, but she says that you did not come here in existence. Your mother and father did not make you to come here and be a pleasure to man, to be sexy for a man, to look beautiful. No, you was not born here to be the center of attention. You have way more to offer than just your looks. Nobody brought you here to serve somebody.
And then when you bring nothing but your looks and they get mad. Oh, all you brought was your looks. That's all you said you wanted. Shut up.
That's what you said. He values the most. Although on some of the comments I read, some of these high value dudes say you don't speak for me. Um, I like an independent woman. I want a woman that's educated and can take for can think for herself. Hmm.
Yeah, and I've heard so many men that cry about that and say that they want that woman, and then when they get her, they get mad
That's
because she
why
don't
I
know nothing.
yeah, that's why I ignore them. I can't be bothered because they go after the whorish woman, then they get mad at her because she's a whore. Right? So to begin with, that's why the reason why you can't change somebody and then you complain. I feel like most of these men they choose the partners that they have right now, and then they come online and then they throw up, and then they have all this pain and hurt, and they want to tell the world about it, and like, come on.
Yeah.
I done told them before, they need to tell therapists. I don't want to hear that shit.
Take some accountability. We take accountability. We raise the kids. We move on. We do healing circles. We power through it. We do affirmations. We as women, we are healers. We try to heal our way through it. We try to figure something out. We don't go online and throw up, or we don't go and cause harm to other women that we're gonna go date out in the world.
Or people, period. That stuff has always been odd to me. Like, why you go out in the world and take it out on somebody else who didn't do nothing to you? That's so weird, man. I've never done that before.
Yeah, it always seemed to be the male. Shooks. It's happening even with the violence going on. The two shooters. Um, they taking whatever issues they have out on people that had nothing to do with it. The recent one with Texas. Them little elementary kids had nothing to do with whatever was going on with him. Um, if he was so called being bullied, why didn't he go to the school where he was being bullied? Not that I want to redirect it, but hey, so it seems like males have an issue. Instead of confronting whoever they have an issue with, they take it out on somebody else that had nothing to do with it.
And you notice how the mass shootings that they don't ever bring that up. These males don't ever bring that up either. That coincidentally, all the ones that keep doing it are their gender. Y'all want to talk about that? Because I'd like to know what y'all think about that.
Facts. That's a good one. I feel like when men go into relationships, most of the time they be the broken ones. And the women, most of the times, we have to heal them. And I see it time and time again. Like they come into relationships and they come with baggage, and you have to work through all his baggage. So it's annoying to me. Sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes they come in here with all this baggage and all these things that they think about women and all of this. It is, and then you have to work through it and dodge this and try to prove this. I don't know. To me, it feels like most of the time the men are more damaged, if anything, than women.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. There need to be a song called Bag Man. Bag Man, you gonna hurt yourself. Carrying on them bags everywhere.
Because they can say women have baggage, but we take care of our baggage even if we have it. I feel like the men, they got a lot of emotional baggage.
Yeah, at least we don't pretend our bags ain't there. Like, so is
That.
that your baggage?
Or they don't
Well, that's
exist.
not mine. I never seen that baggage before in my life. But it got your name all over it. Nope, nope, that's not mine. That must be some other Chad, Brad, Tyrone, Jerome. Jerome's in the house. Jerome's in the house. Okay, sorry. I'm getting a little goofy.
I was there with you over there saying it too.
Me too. I was like, we got to buy it.
Me too. I was
Okay.
about to get on her to say it too.
Right, Jerome in the house.
I said Jerome's watch your mouth.
Wow. It's always all over Pam. Yeah.
Hold on, then all right. So we had this video, right? We had another one where one of the guys they contradicted themselves, right?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's play
He's
that one.
yeah. He's a supposedly high value man. I don't recognize him, but hey, I took his word for it. Hold on. Yeah, bro, speak. You want to come on up? We need a guy's point of view on some of this stuff.
We allow Rose speak and Grandmaster Troll. You can come up too. What happened, Dame? You there?
Bro, speak got a comment saying he can see I see on both ends of it. Both ends of what? Oh, he said he needs a few minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all can watch these geeks and not cringe. Oh, okay.
We do. We's on here cringing.
We do, but it's on mute.
Oh my goodness. Even Brother Man from the fifth floor has more swag than them guys on that panel.
She's talking about for Martin.
Yeah. Why he always holding up 4 fingers instead of 5? Like what the
Oh my
brother
goodness.
man from a 5th floor.
That
Yeah,
shit's
who
funny.
never uses a dough. I was like, does a Brother Man ever use a dough?
No, always coming through the window. Like what the
Yeah, he always goes through the window. He like
I was
I
like, stop coming in my house.
yeah, got me laughing. That's back in the day.
said, that's definitely a TV show. If Brother Man was a real person that just comes in through, he would have been shot like 4 or 5 times or something like
Fuck
that.
yeah. How you come through here? Oh, I came through the window. And he pointed.
And then you have the nerve to be eating my groceries and my leftovers. Oh man, you have
And
to
then
pay
he
me. You have to
and
pay
then
me
he
for
ate
my
his
food.
whole Thanksgiving food talking about well everything was good except them straggly peas. Like,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that dude is
Yeah,
funny.
and I was talking about sandwiches. Oh wait a minute, how he
Yes.
pronounces it? He pronounced it a little different. Sandwich.
I don't know. I don't
Sandwich. He
remember.
said, yeah, sandwich.
Sandwiches, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Sandwich.
Now, while we're waiting for Bro Speak and Grandmaster Troll, if he'll come up, let's hear this one. Okay, this is supposed to be a high value guy. He's saying something completely different from what they're saying. Hey, Bro Speak. Hey. So, well, yeah, we working on through it, way through it, and we're talking about their videos. But wait a minute, what you mean you can see both ends?
Oh, I muted. No, I was just saying that I see it on both ends. I've seen like my brother's been dating, and they have their own baggage just out the whip. Like, wait a minute, she seemed okay at first, but then that's when the baggage start coming out. I'm like, whoa, okay. Even some of the women I was dating, you see their baggage just come out of nowhere. So, so I don't know, but I'm still surprised y'all watching this. I can't look at them. I've looked at them for 5 minutes. I was like, nope, I can't look at this garbage.
Now we about to see how they contradict themselves in the next one.
Especially like the one that was talking about the one who's part of roommates. This is the
Yeah.
same goofball. He had on a thumbnail. He was in a baby clothes in a woman's lap. He had that as a
What?
thumbnail in one of his videos.
Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, I can't take you seriously in any conversation past that. So
But, but you know what? At one point, I give them the respect because I remember a year ago, maybe it was a year and a half ago, they only had like 20 or 30,000 subscribers. And these mofos, like, they grew. There's a lot of people I seen grow in 1 year, and they got like 250,000 already. I'm just like, damn.
yeah,
What
because they
have
got
you?
the women on there.
You
The
think
women
so?
make the
I don't
show.
know. They was having good conversations in the beginning, but as soon as they started carrying on that Kevin Samuels and these other people rhetorics, it went south for me.
Yeah,
I think they was trying to get more views.
right. They were going for the views. They brought the women in, and then they argue with the women. So, and the OnlyFans and sex workers. So that's going to bring the dudes coming. They gonna come there because they want to see these women get humbled, so to speak, which is
Oh
the
yes,
weirdest
he
shit.
does. I forgot he does have a show where he does do like call-ins. And he called it like some about somebody, some soup, whatever. You won't get this work in.
Oh, Pepe
And
suit.
yes, he does. I only watched like 1 or 2 episodes. And I was like, a lot of men got like some they be struggling too. I remember this one guy, he called up the show and he had 2 kids, and one of the kids was from a stripper, and he took custody of the child because the girl that he had the kid with was a stripper, and she didn't care about the child. And then he was complaining, talking about a lot of these single moms. They about working and they want they grind, and he's trying to find a woman, and it's just like what?
Okay. Well, yeah. I'm like, but you're a single father, so I would think he would be more understanding of that, but I don't know. That's some weird stuff to me. But
Exactly, especially because you got to work to feed your children. Like, what do you want the girl to do? Be on government assistance? Like,
I don't know. Like sadly, we're not a monolith. I know
Mhm.
people think that black men on here are monolith. We're really not. Everybody's on different directions, and unfortunately, everybody gets a mic. They can just turn on their mic, get on StreamYard, get on YouTube, get on Instagram, and all that, and speak their piece. And they gonna have a following, unfortunately. And it's like, damn, like you had that idea? Where did that come from? But that's the freedom of, sadly, the internet. But don't let me hold y'all up. What's the next video that I gotta cringe when I look at this?
This one is when they contradict themselves. I did it on purpose.
Oh Lord.
Well, I think I bring feminine inspiration to the table. Like Kelly Rowland say, I'm gonna be your motivation. When you come home, I'm gonna be in lingerie. I'm gonna keep it nice and fresh and waxed for you. I'm gonna cook your food.
Oh,
You just
shit.
gotta bring home the bacon. That's
Oh,
it.
shit.
I don't ask for a lot.
Okay. I mean, okay, hold on.
See, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you, right?
God damn.
Hold on.
She
He's
got you on that regular
interested.
shit.
Hold on.
He interested. Yeah, Chris.
Hold on.
That's crazy.
It ain't
So,
regular. That's
first,
what men want.
I want to
though.
know, right?
Who want that?
So,
Chris.
Mr. Organic is a
Okay.
high value guy, right?
Right.
I want to know from you, brother. What do you look for in a woman? So you heard all these answers, right? What do you look for?
I mean, yeah, like, of course, most of them is gonna stand on they pretty, they gonna fuck you and all that. Come home, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, man. Like, we get that dime a dozen. Like, a nigga got bread, nigga. I'm 6'6", 230. I'm smooth. Even without the money, I had every woman I ever wanted. So, like, just because you're gonna be at my home when I come there cooking, I don't need that shit. You know what I'm saying? I never needed it. You know what I'm saying? I need a girl that's gonna understand what I go through. Who's gonna keep a motherfucker on top of his toes. It's gonna push him and motivate him. You know what I mean? That's also gonna come with some ideas. You know what I mean? Give me creative criticism on my grind. You know what I mean? Also add to the table. You know what I mean? Not just trying to grab some food every time it's filled up. You know what I mean? You got to bring something to this table. Like, fucking pussy is over with after a certain time. Like, I could fuck any bitch I ever wanted in my life. I always have. That's not appealing to me no more. You know what I mean? Once you get money and once you was already having that, you got to bring more. Your energy got to be right. Your mind got to be right. That body don't mean nothing after a while. You know what I'm saying? A nigga will fuck anything, man. So, like, you could be the baddest bitch in the world. That's fine. Nigga gonna have you, and I'm gonna fuck a bitch, motherfucker, a 2 and a 3. Nigga would do that.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z had Beyonce, he still fuck some other pussy. How can you beat that? Because he would just want some new pussy on his cock. So that ain't nothing, man. It's your energy, it's your mind, what you bringing to help me grow. That was gonna help us grow. That what counts.
Yeah, preach, brother.
Yeah.
Preach.
But
Absolutely.
a bad bitch brings inspiration
Nah,
that you
not
will
to
not
no
get.
real nigga that already had
Yeah.
that. If you got a fat, lame, rich nigga that need all that, I just want a bad bitch, that nigga, he's a square. He's a nobody.
Yeah.
But a nigga that been sufficient his whole life and got every girl he wanted, what is a bad bitch doing for me? That's nothing. We always had that. What you bringing more than just being it's a million bad bitches walking this earth. That's the cheapest and most easiest thing to get for a nigga got some money is a bitch and some pussy.
Bam.
You go to, like I said, you go to Brazil right now, it's gonna be a 10,000 bad bitch you ever seen in your life. You get them bitches $1 and a coffee, and that bitch gonna lick your feet, man. That ain't that's worthless to a real nigga, man.
Right.
You gotta be a fat, slow brain, regular ass nigga that finally got some money to be imposed. And I got a bad bitch. Like, come on, man. Like, that's a different type of breed of human that get they rocks off to that. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. Y'all get your money now. Go get all them niggas. But a nigga like me, that shit is like it's nothing. You know what I mean? Our energies got to be connected. You know what I'm saying? We got to grow together. That's the most important.
So
thing.
you'll take a basic bitch that is somebody that you want to talk to over a bad bitch that will inspire you.
So you consider yourself a bad bitch?
No, yeah, I do actually.
So you above basic. Well, you don't work. You don't have no attributes to the table here. Like, what
I
are we
do have
talking about?
attributes.
Like
I inspire my men.
How? You don't got no job. What's your education?
Listen,
what's your master's
but you
degree
have
in?
to but you have to realize that when men make it to a certain level,
Right.
they're not checking for a woman's education.
They're not?
When you're making millions of dollars, you don't care about a woman's education.
Yes, you do.
Talk to
I
plenty
do.
of rich men.
I do. I'm a rich man. I got an estate in Malibu. Okay,
An
2
estate?
acres. Yes.
Oh, I
2
would
acres.
like to see the paperwork.
Okay, we can show you paperwork.
Go ahead and show me the
paperwork to-
title.
we gotta show a paperwork to somebody that got no paper.
Miseducated.
That would make no sense.
Show me,
They got
pull
no
up that
paper telling
deed.
us some paperwork.
Can he pull up the deed?
Can you
You
pull up
don't
your
even know
car?
what a
Can you
deed
pull up a
is.
vehicle?
You
know
don't
what
even
I'm
know
saying?
what a deed is because you
What
ain't
deed
got
you got? What deed you got?
a deed to these.
Come on, man. You got a little residue underneath your nose,
Man,
baby.
he's certified.
do that.
He's
You know what I'm saying?
certified.
But I get what you
I
saying.
get what you're saying, though.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
fucking with loser, fat, old niggas got money. I get it.
Nah,
Don't play with
negative.
them.
But seriously,
There's
when
no
you
way you
reach a
got
certain
nobody
level,
efficient
when
around
you
you.
reach a certain level, you don't care if that girl works as a bottle girl. You don't care if this
It
girl
don't
has
matter.
a job.
We
Like
didn't
you
say
don't
that.
care.
We gotta have somebody that got some
you
smarts,
already,
though.
because you
We can tell you
already,
ain't got no
you've
smarts.
already
Like, we
made
need
it to a
somebody with
certain
some
level.
brain.
It ain't about just want to suck the dick all the time.
The energy needs to be matched.
We need,
is what you said.
it's bigger than
But you're
just.
saying because she doesn't have a job or work,
It don't
she
matter.
can't match your energy?
It don't matter. I'm talking about you personally on the
But you don't know
educational
me
terms.
personally.
I could tell you ain't got no brain.
Honey, I worked in corporate finance.
You
What are you
did?
talking?
So
yes,
why are you not
baby.
employed now?
Because I don't want to be.
So you want to be a slave to a man with some money?
I want to no, honey. I want to be an inspiration with someone
How?
to some money.
How are you going to inspire him? Please explain that.
Baby, I just told you. Obviously, you weren't listening.
I'm listening quite fine. You see you coming in lingerie, but
No, you
picture in
wasn't
lingerie
listening though.
Ain't gonna do nothing for
you
a
wasn't
nigga.
listening.
Okay, I got you. I want to listen.
This is awesome. Okay, so let me read these super chats real quick. So okay, these are the Queen Nidus.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's all of it.
Okay.
My mic live?
Yeah,
Yeah, Max, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, bro? Speak. Hey, man, I want to say something real quick, right? I agree with the young lady because real men don't really give a damn about none of that. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that, not in a disrespectful manner. You could be educated, that's fine, but you could be uneducated too, because here's the thing. As a man, if I really want you, I don't give a damn if you couldn't read. I'll get you a tutor. Seriously. If I really wanted you, I wouldn't give a damn if you couldn't read. I would get somebody to teach you how to read if I don't teach you how to read myself. Okay? It's not about your education or whatever. It's something inside you that men get triggered by. It's something about your personality. It's something about you that turns a man all the way on. I don't mean sexually. I'm talking about turning all of the lights on in the house. Okay? It's not about whether you go to a college, even though that's nice and all, but that's not what triggers the connection inside of a man. There's something about you that draws a man to you. It could be the way you talk. It could be the way you think. It could be the way you look, but it's not always the way you look. It's always when it comes down to looks, there's always a combination that goes along with that. It could be the way you look along with how you say certain things. It can be a look along with how you do something, right? But there's something that jumps inside of us and hooks us to you. It's something about you. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It ain't got nothing to do with all this outside influence shit like education, whether you are a Mormon, you believe in God or not. It ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Now, some men may be on she got to be a God-fearing woman. Some men may be on that, okay? But that's not a deal breaker for a lot of men, okay? And your status in life, right, real men don't really care nothing about. Because if they really on it, they're going to bring you up in status automatically when you hook up with them. So they really don't care nothing about that. Okay? It's nice if you up there already. Okay? Because a real man ain't afraid of that either. If you're successful, he ain't afraid of that either. Okay? Only these little cowards and these incels are afraid of successful women. Real men ain't afraid of no successful women. As a matter of fact, that's an asset. And I'm gonna tell you right now, a real dude don't sit up on no show and talk like that loser talk today. You got to be an asset. I got all this money. Man, cats don't talk like that. Okay? A lot of the stuff that these dudes are doing is made up. A lot of high school shit. A lot of immature shit. Okay? But I'm here to give you some real shit as a man. Okay? If there's something that hooks me about you, I couldn't give a goddamn whether you went to school or not. We'll get that worked out. Whether I help you get a GED, get you a tutor, whatever I got to do to get your academics up to par, we'll work about that later, right? But there's something inside you that I can't get anywhere else. There's something inside you that I connected to that I can't find nowhere else. And it's so valuable to me that I'm willing to bypass just about everything to have it, to be with it, to never be away from it. You understand what I'm saying? And it ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. I yield the mic.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I can't say it no better than what Max said it. I I think when dudes do say that we don't care about your education, I think they're not clear about what they're saying. I don't think many of the guys who do say that, they're saying, we don't want you to be a dumbass. I don't think nobody, some of these dudes may want a dumbass. Dudes don't be on some weird shit online. But like Max saying, we're not really caring about your education. That's something, your education is for you. You didn't get the education for us. You did it for you. And you should be proud of that. I have no problem with that. But at the same time, that was for you. It wasn't for me. Um, like my ex-wife, she wanted to be a nurse. I supported her doing that. But she was doing that for her because she wanted to be a nurse. She didn't do that for me specifically. She was going on that path before I got with her. So my job was to support that. That's my job. So whatever you want to do, I should be like the lady said, I should be in support of that. And at the same time, you should be in support of me for whatever I'm doing. It's great if you want to help, but at the end, I just need your support. I don't. If I got my own thing going, I'm not having you come here to help me. I'm having you for your support. Just support it. That's all you need to do. Now, as far as the looks, Max is right about that too. It's more than just yeah, we are visual, but it's also something past that I think that a lot of us don't know how to convey.
Mm-hmm.
It's something like my ex. If y'all looked at my ex, y'all would be like, to a lot of these guys' eyes, she's not a dime. like like not at all. But there was something about her past the look that draw me to her. Even to this
Mm-hmm.
day, she's still drawing me to her. You know, I still pick up the phone and call her every now and then. It's just something about her that past the education, past the looks, past even money. I don't think real men caring about the money either, because if I got my own and I'm doing great on my own, I'm not worried about your money. All I want to know is you doing what you need to do. You can take care of yourself. And whatever purpose you got, you working on that. Now, if you just purposeless, if you just wasting away, yeah, we'll have some kind of sexual relationship with you. The ones who ain't really ain't got no sense. Yeah, they'll put the penis in there. But past that, no, they're not going to take you seriously. And the man who ain't even on that whole, I'm just going to bang everything they move. We're not going to take that. We're not going to take you seriously like that, because that's going to drain on us to deal with someone who's purposeless. So but like I said, you got dudes over there on the other end. They saying stupid stuff, and it's on some childish, and some of it is like repeating stuff that they've heard and think it sounds good, but really they didn't really think of it. They never really thought deeper.
Okay. So when he started talking, I was just like, I think he was just saying that to get underneath her skin because she was feeling confident and she was all in her, her natural feminine energy. And he felt some kind of way. He felt like he had to shut it down, or he had to disagree with her. That's what I could have told. And he come along and he said all of this stuff, knowing that on that platform they don't believe the stuff that he just said. They don't believe that a woman has all of these attributes to her. All they care about is her beauty. So I didn't know what platform he thought he was on, but I felt like he jumped ship because he felt some kind of way because she was feeling herself.
And a lot of things you guys have to understand, right? Y'all have to be able to tell the difference between grown, mentally grown men and mentally immature men. Right now, black women are having a problem differentiating between the two because a lot of these grown men out here, they got shows, and you think mentally that they're grown men. But the guys on Fresh and Fit, right? They aren't grown men. Those are very immature men.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the guests they have on their show that are males are also immature. You understand what I'm saying? Case in point, the guy that was just on the show, right? An adult male do not engage women that way. Most men are very non-combative. Most real men, strong men, are very non-combative with women. We rather sit there quietly, let you do all of the talking. We really don't want to get involved. We pretty much on some yeah, I'm hip type shit. We want to have our drink. We're quiet. We let the women do all of the yakking. We're in the cut. We're cool. We don't really want to get into no limelight going back and forth with no woman. That's what we don't want to do. That's too much attention. That's uncool. We don't want to be seen by our dogs doing something like that because we consider that uncool and girly like. Okay? These effeminate dudes, these weak dudes, these gay dudes, these immature dudes, they're the ones that are jumping in your face. Guys like me and Bro Speak, we're not jumping in your face. We're grown men. We don't need that attention. We rather sit back in the cut, have a drink, be cool, and let the women do the yakking. When y'all done yakking, if we ain't sleep, we ready to go. Okay, we ready to go get the car, and we on our way home. We ain't really trying to engage nothing. We ain't trying to get involved in nothing. We ain't trying to do none of that. Okay, so the guys that you see that's doing that, that's these SYSBMs, these manosphere type dudes, these gay dudes, and these immature dudes. Those ain't no real grown ass men.
Mm-hmm.
And I yield the mic.
Yeah, that's why I say it's cringeworthy for me to listen to that stuff. It's like I can't look at that thing for 5 minutes. I commend y'all for looking at it. I commend you because I can't do it. I can't look at these dudes for 5 minutes and be like, why the fuck do you have a show? But I understand it because you do have a lot of, like Max said, you got a lot of immature guys.
Mature.
They just they're not there where they need to be, and that takes time and experience. And then unfortunately, back in the day, you wouldn't see a lot of these dudes like that.
Nope.
They don't have a voice. They be quiet.
That's
But
right.
now, unfortunately, like I said again, the internet, the curse of the internet, let these dudes have a voice, and now they're gathering groups, and this is why that's why Fresh and Fit is so popular. It's a bunch of goofy incels, which I don't even consider them incels, but for the sake of this argument, they're incels. They haven't had the right experience with women. They don't know how to get to that experience, so they're trying to desperately to find somebody to get that type of to show them the way, and then they see these dudes and have all these girls who they're paying. By the way, they paying these women to come on this show,
Mm-hmm.
and they see all this and like, oh, okay, this is the way we should do it. Look how he talking to them. They just say, that. They still come on the show, man. I should be like that. I'm like, no, no, you should not be like these dudes. I mean, it's not, that's not real life.
No, it's not.
it's 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 cringeworthy. I just
And the sad part about it, ladies, right? Real straight men, we're very simple. We're not complicated. Half the time we don't even want to be bothered. Half the time y'all don't drug us out somewhere. Y'all yakking it up. We're in the cut either trying to smoke a cigarette or drink. We waiting to go back home to go to sleep. We ain't really trying to get involved in no extracurricular activities, especially when we're tired. We've been working all day and we got dragged out, okay, to go somewhere, all right, because we're honoring you and your friend or whatever. And, so we don't even want to talk most of the time. So I'll be damned if we're going to be out there going back and forth with some woman. We ain't even built like that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, most of the time, we can't wait for the night to be over so we can go home and go to sleep. Got to go to work the next day. Half of the time, that's what's on our mind. What you say?
I said that's what I thought. I was about to say I missed the days when guys wouldn't talk or they didn't talk. I'm like, oh, I was about to say, oh, y'all still exist. Thank God. I was about to say,
yeah,
where'd y'all
we
go?
still ain't nothing changed. We still like that. The problem is y'all got too many of these effeminate dudes. It's too many of them, and they got a voice. The real men, we're still around. We're still the same way. We quiet. We don't want to get involved. We don't want to be bothered. We got to go to work. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody trying to get into no chaos. We don't want to hear it. Okay? I'm telling you, it's these effeminate dudes.
That's what I said. Who the fuck gave the losers a mic? I said, oh God, they gave the losers a mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. They gave these dudes a mic.
Exactly.
They gave the
Real
wrong
men.
people.
Real men, when we out with our ladies, we out with our ladies. We ain't trying to compete with them. We ain't trying to have no talking contest. I mean, most of the time, we trying to get through the dinner quiet. We don't even want to talk. Like, when I go out with my wife, right, I'm there drinking a beer because usually she'll drive because I get drunk real fast, right? So I'm there having a beer, whatever. She'll talk about this, and that, and I'll pretend that I'm really into it. Yeah, baby, da. But before you know, I done faded to the back. And she on the phone talking to one of her cousins or some shit. Because I'm through already. I'm just ready to eat and get the hell up out of there. I want to go to bed. I'm tired. Okay? And so she senses that. She says, I'm running out of gas as far as conversation. She'll jump on the phone, start talking to one of her friends or call her cousin and yakking up all night while we're having dinner. And I'm perfectly cool with that. Because I really don't want to be bothered. That's how we get down. We're not complicated people. And we studying out all of this so-called high value nonsense and middle look. Man, ain't nobody. If that ain't some bullshit I've ever heard in my life. You talk about bamboozling somebody and pulling the wool over somebody's eyes. That shit he's spewing is absolute trash. Men don't even get down like that. It don't matter. If a man likes you, he don't give a F where you at. If you in a bad situation, he gonna pull you up out of that. If he really wants you, if all of the lights done came on, right? If you in a bad situation, he gonna pull you up out of that situation. Okay? If you a waitress, right? And he got the means, you ain't gonna have to ever be a waitress again. A real man don't give a shit about that. Once he connects with you, right? He willing to bypass and run over anything. So that high value shit, that's garbage.
And the thing about the high value part, which is, it's not really even dependent on women. It's really dependent on who values you. Like I said, my definition of high value man is that everybody's coming to you to solve their problems and they're willing to pay you highly for it. That's my definition of high value man. all this other talk about how the women are, nobody's going to care about how you are with women if you can solve their problems and they're willing to pay you for it. That's high value. All that other talk to me is pointless, because look, people gonna come if you are valuable, people are going to pay you for it. So that this all this other stuff is to me is like pointless. It's silly stuff, and it just comes from dudes who are not in a powerful position, and the only power that they think they have is with their penis. And yeah, you can get some low quality women like that. Yeah, you can get some of these women like that, but even that don't last, because women get old, they get older, and they want something different, and I don't think a lot of these dudes get that. So
Okay. Well,
That's not necessarily true, unfortunately, bro. Speak. There are some women before they get to those ages, they do want different. It's just maybe those guys aren't looking for those girls.
yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some women who want different from the jump, and but for for what these dudes are talking about, I was just going on that. But yeah, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah. Well, they always get the the pretty picture mixed in with every now and then an intelligent girl or in there, but they're not mature. What I think at the oldest, I think maybe the oldest one is about 25. So they are they are deliberately, uh, and then they all have a certain demeanor that seems a little bit on the shallow side, or they still trying to discover themselves, so they still learning themselves and stuff. Okay, but hey, good news is no more fresh and fit videos. Right now, just a video just for entertainment. Having a little fun. We will be talking about the scenario and stuff like that. But this is mainly for fun and relax, and to get the bad taste of fresh and fit out your, I would say mouth, but eyesight, mind.
Ears, even my
Oh yeah,
soul.
you ain't lying. I can only land the system listening for like a few seconds. Like, okay, you're going on mute. I can't stand you. Ugh.
That's what I said.
Oh,
Yeah, I commend Dame and and Charlene and
Me too. They got
for
some strong
tolerating it.
ears because I can't do
They
it.
they talk they tolerate more than I could. I can't. I'm like, what? Fresh and fit? Oh hell no, can't do
uh,
it.
I deal with junior high kids, so it
Oh
ain't too
yeah.
much
Oh
difference.
yeah. That's
Oh,
one.
you done
Yeah.
been in them trenches. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shoot. I work in a prison with immature dudes, and I still can't even do it. I'm like, no, you got to pay me. I need money for this.
Get paid. That's what's up.
All right, all right. Here we go.
Thank you guys so much for watching another episode.
All right. What do y'all think? The influencer.
I thought that was good. I mean, that goes to like Like people who try to like make themselves seem like they're rich. They buy Louis Vuitton, they do all of this, they rent cars, they try to put on all this show where most of the time all they gotta do is be themselves. Half of the time people try to paint this picture so you could believe something, you know, that they're trying to portray, but it's all an illusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and we got especially on YouTube, we got a lot of fake it till you make it people, and then come to find out, they don't have it. They've been renting it, borrowing it, uh, pretending, putting themselves in debt, making it look like they got what they don't got. Yeah, and then they get caught, or we find out after they moved on. If it's a choice to watch F and Bleach, then bring on the Clorox. Okay, all right, Tyler. I get it. I get it. All right. Anybody else have anything to say on this last video?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen it right now on a certain sector right now. Boy, you you thought they were for black people and black women, and all of a sudden now you find out they were on some weirdo shit over there. The stories I've been hearing, I'm like, wow, y'all on some, y'all were not who you claim to be. Yeah, there's just a lot of people, and it usually takes somebody getting messed over to expose all the secrets, and eh, it's just best you be yourself, because hey, you mess over the wrong person, they're gonna let everybody know, and
Mm-hmm.
especially if you mess with the wrong person, they're gonna go digging. That's how Derek Jackson got messed up, because he messed over one woman and she went digging and all his stuff came out.
Mm-hmm. And then just when you think it's over, even more weirder stuff. But
It just get worse. I'm like, wow.
yeah. All right. So we're gonna wrap it up and call it a night. But as a special treat, the Black Knight had me pull up a certain song. Some of us old heads hadn't heard it in years, but it makes a point of how the love was in our music back then, and have it back now. So let's see, I got it set. And peace, power, unity. Thanks, bro. Speak for being brother brave enough to come up on a panel of women and and speak your mind.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Mm-hmm. And yes, bro speak is always this mellow. And I've seen women try to test him and lure him into an argument. All right, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go out with some music.
Peace, power, unity, everybody.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to forget the ladies that came up. Um, I'm Not For Everyone, and Koja, and Remy. And of course the ladies who was participating in the chat. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Now we're gonna really go out with some music.